46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo has the following event partners.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that. One voice of business in the country.
The Philippines moves to the beat of progress. And no one knows its pulse like BDO Unibank. With leading scale and reach, the expertise and local knowledge to connect you to Philippine business. BDO Unibank. We find ways.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry, to create an exporting nation, as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation, and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport, towards building an exporting nation.
Sa GMA For the Box, panoorin ang paboritong kapuso shows ng mas malinaw, mas makulay, mas maganda.
Sulit talaga dahil may free additional features pa. Ang iyong personal photos, music at videos pwedeng balik-balikan sa multimedia player ng GMA For the Box. Hindi na rin mamimiss ang paboritong kapuso shows dahil pwede nang i-record ang mga ito gamit ang personal video recorder. At marami pang iba.
One-time purchase lang, walang monthly fees. GMA For the Box. Pili na!
Sarap at saya. Zesto kahit saan, Zesto kailanman. Tayo'y Pinoy, ikaw ako, lumaki sa Zesto.
Anumang okasyon, kasama ang Zesto. Pinoy ang timpla, siksik sa vitamina. Zesto, timplang Pinoy, gawang Pinoy.
At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP, bridging power and progress.
Kasama ka, lubos ang saya, tunay na kaibigan. Joshua, RC ka naman. Tara, RC tayo.
We'll be there together sa mahal hanggang wakas.
Going for groceries? Need health and beauty products? Running to the pharmacy? What about finding all your must-haves in one place? Welcome to Mary Mart, your household essential store. No need to waste time going from one place to another. Everything you need is right here. Nothing can be merrier. Mary Mart, your household essential store.
Han, hindi na kailangan yan.
Get payment reminders and never miss your due date with the Meralco mobile app.
Things may seem a little different now, pero dito sa the SM Store, your safety remains our top priority. Ako po si Jeffrey of the SM Store, and samahan po ninyo kami as we walk you through the measures we've implemented to ensure your safety. Sa lahat ng aming branches nationwide, mandatory thermal checks will be facilitated.
Lahat rin ng aming staff ay nagsusuot ng face masks and face shields. We take precaution by implementing a no mask, no entry policy sa lahat ng aming branches.
At dahil importante sa amin ang inyong safe shopping experience, we make sure to sanitize all our shopping baskets and carts bago ninyo sila gamitin.
Lahat rin ng aming selling areas ay sinasanitize thoroughly. Para mas masigurong kayo ay ligtas, ang aming ring mga counters ay sinasanitize every after transaction.
As part of our protocols, lahat ng aming staff ay required na maghugas ng kanilang kamay regularly.
At dito sa the SM Store, we conduct regular rapid tests sa aming mga staff to ensure that you are safe when you shop with us. Now, more than ever, our customers' and employees' safety is at the heart of the SM Store. See you here at the SM Store.
The 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo has the following event partners. Our media partners. The 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo would like to thank PhilExport, Samgyup Masarap, Yaminiku, Prime Steakhouse, Maxwell Chemical Corporation, Philippine Franchise Association, NGCP, San Miguel Corporation, Philippine Business Bank, Zesto Corporation, RC Cola, Movenpick Resorts and Spa Boracay, BDO, SM Investments Corporation, Merrimart Grocery Centers Incorporated, Meralco, BA Securities Incorporated, Waterfront Hotels and Casinos, RG Simbulan and Partners, Double Dragon Properties Corporation, Thunderbird Resorts and Casinos, ICC Philippines, Pag-ibig Fund, Wilcon Depot, J Chemi Lab Incorporated, PHPC, Integrated Computer Systems, Federation of Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lanvan Natural Resources Corporation, PLDT, Jack Built Industries Incorporated, and our media partners. Good morning, delegates, special guests, partners of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the diplomatic community, and colleagues. Welcome to the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. As the 46th PBC&E has gone virtual, we have also brought the exhibition online to showcase world-class and proudly Pinoy-made products.
This exhibit showcases the Philippine export products which are regionally distinct in artistic and cultural diversity. The Filipino product designs is a complex combination of intergenerational transfer of the traditional and foreign influence of the colonial period. It is a continuously evolving art as exporters explore new product destinations while keeping a strong presence in traditional markets. Innovation in product designs and processes is a constant challenge in the export industry. Filipino creativity and artistic expressions in their products are widely admired and sought after by foreign buyers to satisfy their ever-changing consumer preferences. Innovation is also a strategy adopted by Filipino exporters to be a step ahead of the global competition. The Filipino designers draw their artistic inspiration from a bottomless wellspring of ideas and native talent and acquired skills from centuries of foreign influence. During the Song Dynasty, the Filipinos were among the most respected artisans in Asia. Anything that came out of the Philippines was considered of exceptional quality. Traditional craftsmanship was preserved. Rich natural resources combined with the Filipino artisans from different regions made the archipelago a hub for unique and quality design products. Ilocos region, pottery. Regions of Mindanao, woven fabrics. Cordillera and South Luzon regions, wood carvings. Aklan, piña weaving. Bicol region, bags and baskets. Cebu, handcrafted guitars. Western Visayas, Capiz shell products. Central and Southern Luzon, Mindanao, jewelry, metal craft, Pampanga, wood, wicker, and iron furnitures. Filipino craftsmanship continues to open its doors to the world. Welcome to the 46th PCCI Philippine Business Conference and the first virtual exhibit of world-class Filipino products.
Good morning, delegates, special guests, partners of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the diplomatic community, and colleagues. Welcome to the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. As the 46th PBC&E has gone virtual, we have also brought the exhibition online to showcase world-class and proudly Pinoy-made products.
This exhibit showcases the Philippine export products which are regionally distinct in artistic and cultural diversity. The Filipino product designs is a complex combination of intergenerational transfer of the traditional and foreign influence of the colonial period. It is a continuously evolving art as exporters explore new product destinations while keeping a strong presence in traditional markets. Innovation in product designs and processes is a constant challenge in the export industry. Filipino creativity and artistic expressions in their products are widely admired and sought after by foreign buyers to satisfy their ever-changing consumer preferences. Innovation is also a strategy adopted by Filipino exporters to be a step ahead of the global competition. The Filipino designers draw their artistic inspiration from a bottomless wellspring of ideas and native talent and acquired skills from centuries of foreign influence. During the Song Dynasty, the Filipinos were among the most respected artisans in Asia. Anything that came out of the Philippines was considered of exceptional quality. Traditional craftsmanship was preserved. Rich natural resources combined with the Filipino artisans from different regions made the archipelago a hub for unique and quality design products. Ilocos region, pottery. Regions of Mindanao, woven fabrics. Cordillera and South Luzon regions, wood carvings. Aklan, piña weaving. Bicol region, bags and baskets. Cebu, handcrafted guitars. Western Visayas, Capiz shell products. Central and Southern Luzon, Mindanao, jewelry, metal craft. Pampanga, wood, wicker, and iron furnitures. Filipino craftsmanship continues to open its doors to the world. Welcome to the 46th PCCI Philippine Business Conference and the first virtual exhibit of world-class Filipino products. The Filipino product design is a continuously evolving art. Exporters explore new destinations while keeping a strong presence in traditional markets. The constant challenge is to thrive. Innovation is the strategy to be a step ahead of the competition. Philippines, Innovation Nation. Buy Philippines. Pinas muna.
with the intention to raise awareness of the daily struggles of our health workers and the medical community. Here's a doxology from a group of doctors. Please welcome the University of the Philippines College of Medicine Choir alumni, or fondly known as the UP Med Choir.
Rise
Bayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, helas ng sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong bangaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang islang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagtitindig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magtitindig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pagkay mga amin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry is recognized as the largest business organization in the country, thanks to its strong and established presence all over the archipelago through its network of local chambers. Let us acknowledge the backbone of the chamber movement in every part of the Philippines.
Starting off with Northern Luzon by its Area Vice President Gregoria G. Simbulan, together with Regional Governors Tom Panis, Alexander Ang, and Alvin Bellarmino. Next up, the South Luzon with Area Vice President Clarin P. Tobias, supported by Regional Governor Sally Lacson and Mergy Moralieda. Followed by the National Capital Region with Area Vice President Delia B. Jimenez, together with Regional Governors Julie Quiroga, Jose Tayawa, and Teresita Ngantian. Next is Visayas with Area Vice President Consul Samuel L. Chiozo, together with Regional Governors Ronald So, Edward Du, and Wilson Siaui. Last but certainly not the least, Mindanao with Area Vice President Maria Teresa Alegrio, supported by the following regional governors: Dr. Aldrin Ibo, Attorney Paulino Gudmalin, Roderico Bioco, Loretta C., Arturo Milan, Juliet Senense,
let us also honor the strong and stable leadership of the National PCCI, headed by the President, Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhuico, together with the Chairperson, Maria Alegria Siba Limhoco. A new world order is taking shape, creating new ideas, presenting better solutions, effecting positive change, enhancing organizational agility, promoting sustainability. How do we get there? PCCI's 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo explores the roadmap to to new possibilities. For a more stable and secure future. Together, let's examine the country's innovation ecosystem. Share innovative strategies, technological innovation, and radically improve organization and enterprise performances. Let's prepare for a future-ready business environment. Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will help you get there. Now please welcome the chairman of the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo, Engineer Enunina V. Mangyo.
Former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Vice President of the Philippines, Leonor Gerona Robredo, Finance Secretary Carlos G. Dominguez, PCCI President Ambassador Benedicto V. Yuhico, PCCI Board of Directors, Area Vice Presidents and Executive Officers, PCCI Regional and Local Chamber Officers, friends from the government, development partners, and the academe, delegates and guests to the 46th Philippine Business Conference, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. History is replete with the stories about how pandemics and economic recession changed the trajectory of governments, economists, and businesses alike. Today's global health crisis has thrown the world in disarray. To save as many lives as possible, entire countries have shut down, many imposing quarantines or requiring non-essential workers to stay home. In the short term, the supply of essential products has been disrupted and consumer demand has significantly suffered. Supply chains have been hampered, paralyzing industries across the world. Fortunately, prospects for the country's strong economic rebound remains very strong because of the resilient nature of people. As we navigate through this radically shaped environment, innovation will surely come about as businesses try their best to adapt to the radical shift in consumer behavior. We have to drastically pivot our priorities as entrepreneurs, startup founders, researchers, and innovators to solve these problems and emerge from this crisis stronger and more unified than before. Hence, for this 46th Philippine Business Conference, We have carefully crafted a 2-day program and invited a roster of highly respected speakers and experts who will provide us policy recommendations and share comprehensive, innovative strategies and technological innovations that can radically improve our organizational and enterprise performance. With the theme, Innovation at PH, this year's conference can hopefully give businesses, stakeholders, and government a roadmap that will help us achieve our aspirations for a much brighter and safer future. With that, I now formally open the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Exposition.
Thank you, Chairman Angelina V. Mangio.
Welcome to the 46th Philippine Business
For our
Conference.
welcome remarks, we would like to introduce the President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico.
Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico.
Delegates and guests to the 46th Philippine Business Conference. I would like to begin my welcome remarks by recognizing all the important personalities that will be part of today's program. We will have the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Her Excellency Leonor Herona Robredo, the former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Finance, Secretary Carlos G. Dominguez, the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Labor, Secretary Silvestre Bello III, and the Honorable Secretary of the Department of Science and Technology, Secretary Fortunato de la Peña. Thank you very much, Excellencies, for being part of PCCI's most important annual event. And thank you for your continuing support to the largest business organization of our country. I recall our board meeting last March 17, 2020. This was when we were all just starting to realize that this COVID-19 pandemic is something to be very concerned about because of its potential of disrupting our lives and livelihood. We actually discussed the possibility of postponing all the major events scheduled for the next several months, including our annual Philippine Business Conference. The conclusion, however, of the PCCI board was manifestly clear. In fact, instead of postponing the scheduled events of the year, the PCCI board actually voted to double down our activities for the year as the voice of business, because this would be the time that we would be needed the most by our constituencies and our country. We realize that we need to be the example of leadership by moving forward instead of hiding in the time of crisis. Earlier in January of this year, BC, that is to say before COVID, I had requested the approval and support of the PCCI board to approve innovation as our national advocacy during my tenure as president. I assured the PCCI board that this one word, innovation, has the power to move our country forward to the next level. So now, we are here today gathered virtually at the PBC with Innovation at PH as our rallying cry to restart our economy and to get back to our journey to achieve our national ambition that by 2040, the Philippines will be a prosperous middle-class society where no one is poor, where people live long and healthy lives, and everyone will be smart and innovative. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Thank you, Ambassador Benedicto Vihiwico. To introduce our keynote speaker, please welcome PCCI Chair Maria Alegria Sibal Limhoco.
To our PCCI President, Ambassador Benedicto Y. Uwico, to all the PCCI Board of Directors and Trustees, to the PBC Chair, Nina Mangyo, to all our area vice presidents, regional governors, presidents of the various chambers, to all our friends and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Our keynote speaker is a partner of PCCI in its inclusive business programs. She is known for helping empower communities through social entrepreneurship activities. She is a lawyer and social activist whose first stint in public office was as representative of Camarines Sur's 3rd District in the House of Representatives, and the major thrust of her legislative agenda were the participatory governance and transparency. She was a lawyer at Saligan, Bicol, where she was actively involved in pushing for the initiatives that seek to further the engagement of the base sector in every aspect of governance and policy making. As public attorney for the Public Attorney's Office, PAO, she rendered legal assistance, counseling, and other services to the indigent to ensure their access to the courts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Attorney Maria Leonor Lenny and Herona Robredo.
Good morning, everyone.
Bine ba?
Bine.
Morning, everyone.
Listen to.
Good morning. Am I on?
Good morning, Vice President.
Good morning, Vice President. You're
Hi, good
on.
morning. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm sorry for that. I'm home and the internet connection is really bad. I hope we are all keeping safe and well. Congratulations to the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry for organizing this event despite the challenging circumstances. To our PCCI President, Ambassador Benedicto Yubico, our PCCI Chairperson, Mrs. Maria Alegria Sibalim Hoco, our chair of this year's conference, Engineer Yunina Mangyo, my fellow speakers, everyone who is here this morning. Thank you very much for taking time from your busy schedules to be here. It is an honor to be in the midst of the best business minds of our country today. I remember being with you last year and speaking about harnessing the power of technology. It lies at the heart of how we as a people are able to grow and achieve progress. It has helped us change and shape reality as we know it. It might sound funny to some of us now, but not so long ago, if you wanted to call someone, you had to go home to use your landline or find a phone booth and pull 23 centavo coins out of your pocket to use the red or gray payphone. And yes, back then, a phone really was just a phone. This reality has become a memory, all within a generation. Thank you to the human capacity to extricate the best out of technology. Innovation steers growth and creates opportunities where none previously existed. In the face of challenges and threats, it transforms into a tool for survival. This reality has become starkest over the past half year as the entire country grappled with the effects of COVID-19. The disease has claimed more than 5,000 lives here at home and more than 1 million worldwide. The Philippines now ranks 20th in the number of COVID-19 cases globally. Our lives have been forced out of rhythm. Supply chains have been disrupted, the school calendar has been altered, and the regular division between home life and work life has almost vanished. How do we navigate our way out of this enormous challenge? This question forms the spirit of this gathering. And from where I sit, one truth is becoming more evident by the day. If we are to emerge stronger from this pandemic, innovation and collaboration in the service of the most affected presents the best way forward. The Office of the Vice President has tried to live up to these twin imperatives as it moved to respond to the crisis. Our relief operations began on March 13, 3 days before Luzon was placed under ECQ. The lack of personal protective equipment was number one on the list of frontliner needs. We appropriated over 5 million pesos for PPE sets, but it quickly dawned on us that the need was much greater. So with the help of our partner, Kaya Natin, we launched an online fund donation drive. In the end, we collected more than 61 million pesos. With this, we tapped fashion designers for their knowledge and sourced from local garment companies and dressmakers in urban poor communities to produce alternative and affordable PPEs, benefiting thousands of frontliners all over the country. Such an overwhelming response could only have happened through the use of online platforms. Word spread quickly, and digital technologies allowed people to pitch in through just a few taps on their devices. When community lockdowns were enforced, transportation ground to a halt, and many medical frontliners reached out to us online because they did not know how to get to work. We set to task immediately, and our partners responded once more. This gave birth to a free shuttle service with routes and schedules that we were able to refine through constant feedback loops. Eventually, we also opened dormitories and other temporary living spaces in the metro where frontliners can stay for free. In the months that followed, more gaps were filled. facing challenges in blended learning, helping locally stranded individuals get back home, providing relief assistance to communities who have not received government aid, among others. None of these things was easy, but scaling up and accelerating our actions were less of a challenge because of an innovative, collaborative mindset. We tapped experts and partners, all of whom had the knowledge, skills, and technologies to address our problems. Most recently, we launched two initiatives under our Bayani Hanap Buhay program. The first is an online jobs matching platform called ckap.ph. It specifically hopes to service blue-collar workers that recently became unemployed and also tries to localize matching, taking into account the challenges of public transport and the risk of spreading COVID across communities. The second initiative is our Bayanihan Mart through iskaparate.com, our e-commerce platform for micro-entrepreneurs who would otherwise be hard-pressed to participate in the digital economy. The spirit of leveraging the know-how of our networks to address the needs of communities has driven our efforts even before the pandemic. And in this, the PCCI has been one of our most trusted partners. Through Angat Buhay, you worked with us in promoting the work of Filipina startup entrepreneurs. The same impetus of working together to find new solutions becomes even more necessary with the current crisis as our background. Last July, the ADB, the Asian Development Bank, released an enterprise survey describing the impact of COVID-19 on our businesses. It showed that while some may have the capacity to withstand the shock of this pandemic, the most vulnerable businesses have been brought to their knees. 71.2% of the total number of micro-enterprises underwent temporary closure. They also face the most serious shortage of working capital. 36.3% of those surveyed said they expected to run out of cash and funds within 1 to 3 months. As many of us might know, the 99% of all the businesses operating in the country fall under the MSME category, accounting for more than half of the nation's jobs. When MSMEs fold, the jobs go with them. And when wages stop, families go to sleep fearful of where they will get the next meal. Anxiety builds up, both because of the threat of infection and the difficulty in meeting basic needs. The lack of confidence makes people hold on tighter to what little money they have, causing the flow of the economy to stagnate. Over time, even the stronger, larger businesses might buckle. I say this to drive home the point. We operate under a single economic ecosystem. And when the most vulnerable among us suffer, everyone suffers. We cannot shrink back into our bubbles of self-preservation and hope to weather the storm. The task is to reach out, knowing that the only way through any crisis is together. There are many concrete steps to take while trying to keep our businesses afloat. For one, let us do the best we can to keep our staff employed. We can also take a look at our supply chains and see whether some of our needs can be sourced from smaller local producers. In the food industry, for example, there should be no shortage of local farms to tap. Even better, we can empower them with knowledge to grow better quality produce, which in the long run helps us give better value as well to our clientele. At a time of great need such as now, helping each other should take precedence over growth and profits. And I think that is exactly what most of you have been doing for the past few months. Let us all work to ensure that we minimize the health risk of our workers. Social distancing and minimum safety practices must become entrenched in the culture of offices and shops. Some of you may already be implementing work from home arrangements in your companies, but it might be more strategic and even more beneficial if we look at the long term already, reorienting all our systems and technologies to conform with the demands of the new normal, bearing in mind that we might never go back to exactly where we used to be. There are steps that we can do now to bring us closer to the better normal that we aspire. As always, the Office of the Vice President invites you all to find ways to work together, to link up, put our heads together, find spaces where we can have meaningful impact, and offer our strength to others. The ground has shifted beneath our feet. We are called to embrace this change, to not treat it as just a bump in the road, but to seize it, to reshape the present into a better future for all. It is my hope that you will continue to be fueled by the same spirit of grit and determination that have seen your own enterprises through past challenges after all these years. So may you use this spirit to invigorate our communities, to support other industries in your midst, and ultimately respond to the call of nation building. Maraming salamat, mabuhay kayong lahat.
And thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Lenny Robredo, for your insightful keynote address. Our first plenary session is entitled Boldness and Innovation in Fiscal Management. Our moderator for this discussion is PCCI's President Emeritus. He's a private sector representative to the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. He's one of the 3 Philippine representatives to the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. He owns various companies involved in IT logistics, rubber and plastic manufacturing, and realty development, namely Integrated Computer Systems, Paramount Vinyl Products, Interpolymer Corporation, and Key West Realty Corporation. He's a vice chairman of the Philippine Exporters Confederation, independent director of BDO Unibank Incorporated, director of the Cardinal Santos Hospital Foundation, member of Rotary Club of Makati, and president of Manila Golden Lions Club Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, our moderator, Mr. George T. Barcelon. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Our first session sets the tone of the conference. It focuses on how the Philippine government is building the country's resilience to ensure that our economy is able to weather the fallout of the COVID-19 and get back on the growth track we had prior to the pandemic. The Department of Finance has been commended for its prudent fiscal management program and aggressive campaign to reform the country's aging tax system. 2 vital factors that have strengthened our fiscal resources and macroeconomic fundamentals. These are now giving us a good fighting chance against COVID-19. Let us hear from our speaker what further measures we can expect the DOF to introduce to ensure that the country emerges stronger from the pandemic's effect. Our speaker has 40 years of vast experience and an outstanding record of achievements at the helm of various organizations in public and private sectors. His expertise was born out of his experiences as a shareholder, board chairman, and a member of over a dozen corporations across multi-industries, such as power, agriculture, mining, banking, hospitality, real estate, and investment. He was Secretary of Environment and Natural Resources from 1986 to 1987, and Secretary of Agriculture from Secretary of Agriculture from 1987 to 1989. Under his current leadership, the DOF was able to craft and introduced to the Congress the first of a series of Duterte's proposed tax reform packages, known as the Tax Reform for Acceleration and Inclusion, more known as TRAIN, which in less than 90 days from the time he assumed the cabinet portfolio in July of 2016. This was followed by other successes in legislature, such as the passage of the Tax Amnesty Act, the Tobacco Tax Reform Law, and the new Sin Tax Reform Law. On his watch, the Philippines' key revenue agencies, Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Bureau of Customs continue to achieve strong revenue growth rates. It is under his leadership that the BIR was able to secure, its largest settlement from a single taxpayer in the Philippine history, amounting to about $600 million. And it is through his stewardship that the Philippines has been able to maintain a good international credit standing from Fitch, from Standard & Poor's, from Moody, and an A rating from JCR. Please welcome Secretary Carlos Sonny G. Dominguez III.
Thank you very much, George, for that overly generous introduction. President Leonor Robredo, Ambassador Benito Yuito, President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Maria Alegria Limhoco, Chairperson of the PCCI, Mr. George Barcelon, President Emeritus of the PCCI, members of the Diplomatic Corps, friends in the business community, and foreign chambers, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to join this important conference. As our economy moves towards recovery, it is important for us in government to hear from the brave entrepreneurs who man the front lines. I know many of you lead small and medium-scale companies that have borne the brunt of the economic downturn. Your inventiveness and willingness to adapt quickly to this rapidly changing environment have helped us to protect jobs. Your compliance with minimum health standards and regulations is helping fight COVID-19 without paralyzing the economy. With all the uncertainty on the outcome of this pandemic, we chose to take the path of fiscal prudence. The battle against the contagion will continue to be a test of fiscal stamina. While we hope for the best, we must be prepared for the worst. It is fortunate that when the crisis hit, we were financially ready. Since 2016, we have started building up our finances to support our aggressive infrastructure program in order to reduce poverty in this country. Little did we know that this financial buildup also served to improve our defenses against economic shocks. The game-changing reforms we passed over the last 4 years have strengthened our fiscal and economic stamina. Without tax reforms, rice tariffication law, and the other far-reaching measures, the COVID-19 crisis would have inflicted much more pain on our people, businesses, and the economy. We have to thank Congress for passing these measures in a timely manner. Our legislators provided us the necessary tools needed to fight the pandemic. The PCCI has also been instrumental in the passage of these critical measures. Since day one, you have been one of our leading partners in making meaningful reforms happen. By 2019, our bold measures in tax policy and tax administration enabled us to bring up our revenue effort to 16.1% of GDP. This is the highest in more than 2 decades. In the same year, we brought down our debt to GDP ratio to a historic low of 39.6%. The Philippines also has the lowest external debt position among the ASEAN 5 countries. In 2019, we posted a 20.2% external debt to gross national income ratio. This strong financial position gave us the headroom needed to reallocate budget items and quickly access emergency financing to fight the pandemic. With our sovereign credit ratings at historic highs, our development partners and the commercial markets continue to provide us with financing at very, very low rates, tight spreads, and longer repayment periods. These borrowings will help us cover our revenue shortfall resulting from the slowdown in economic activity. We have to assume that this health emergency will continue for many more months and possibly years. The best case scenario is the widespread availability of a safe and effective vaccine by the middle of next year. Even then, we are not sure how quickly this will contain infections. We must therefore ensure that we have sufficient ammunition to outlast the enemy. We have reset our budget deficit targets to allow us to cover additional spending needed for our COVID-19 response. Our goal is to land in the deficit to GDP ratio in the middle of our ASEAN neighbors and credit rating peers. This conservative approach will allow us to continue access financing at favorable terms for the Filipino people. We are thankful that Congress adhered to our prudent approach by passing fiscally responsible economic stimulus measures. Both Bayanihan 1 and 2 allow us to meet the challenges of the economic recovery without imposing a heavy burden on future generations. Bayanihan 2 makes possible several streams of support for enterprises to restart their operations and retain jobs. Our direction has always been to pursue bold public sector reforms that also empower the private sector. Bayanihan 2's credit programs allow this principle. We have ensured that help is available for key industries without intervening excessively in the workings of private sector financing. The credit programs will support rather than diminish the financial sector's continued strength and stability. Bayanihan 2 infuses more capital to government financial institutions to dramatically expand lending to MSMEs or micro, small, and medium enterprises. We will have a large multiplier effect in economic activity. Every peso infused into our government financial institutions will generate around 10 times its value in credit. The additional capital will be used to protect the productive parts of our economy. The increased lending capacity will also enable our government banks to serve as wholesale banks and rediscounting agents for small and medium-sized banks and microfinance institutions. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas agreed to count loans extended to MSMEs as part of banks' compliance with reserve requirements. This continues to free up more funds to support the revival of our small businesses. The law also extends the carryover period of net losses in 2020 and 2021 from 3 to 5 years for businesses. This will allow MSMEs to deduct incurred losses from tax payments for a longer period. These measures will give them more time to set their finances in order and hopefully to return to profitability. The Duterte administration is mainstreaming its commitment to ramp up infrastructure spending. With its high multiplier effect, the Build, Build, Build program will play a central role in our economic recovery. In the immediate term, infrastructure projects will provide much needed jobs and spur domestic demand. In the long term, these projects are sustainable investments that promote better interconnectivity and bolster countryside development. For the economy to fully recover in a sustainable and resilient manner, we are closely working with our legislators for the urgent passage of key legislative measures. We are pushing for the passage of the CREATE bill that will lower corporate income tax rate by 5 percentage points immediately and incentivize countryside investments. This means tax breaks for all enterprises. CREATE is really about trusting the private sector. Instead of passing funds through what tend to be less efficient government programs, this will leave the money in the private sector's hands to revitalize their businesses. We also aim to mitigate the threat of non-performing assets in our banking system. We want to support strategically important companies facing solvency issues. We also seek to provide greater support to the agriculture sector by increasing credit access to the whole agriculture value chain. All of these reforms will help create a strong, business-driven economy long into the future. Innovation in government and the private sector is also needed to recover and build resilience against future adversities. The tourism sector should turn this crisis into an opportunity to rehabilitate and upgrade their hotels and infrastructure facilities. Weak infrastructure is the primary reason why our tourism industry has lagged behind our neighbors long before the pandemic struck. Investing in infrastructure will ensure the strong rebound of the sector once the contagion is over. Manufacturing is another key sector that we need to revitalize in the post-pandemic era. Our country leapfrogged from agriculture-based to a service-oriented economy, but we failed to build a strong manufacturing base. Now is the best time to accelerate the competitiveness of this sector to create more jobs and regain our economic momentum. The government is also catching up with the pace and scale of digitalization in the business world. We are accelerating the digital transformation of our government processes to drastically cut red tape, hasten the delivery of services to the people, and curb corruption. You have seen how digital technologies aided the efficient and successful implementation of the Small Business Wage Subsidy Program for the Department of Finance, the Social Security System, and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. We encourage other government agencies to duplicate this success by adopting electronic fund transfers for their cash aid initiatives. We are also fast-tracking the implementation of the national ID system to improve the efficiency and the speed of delivering public services. We launched several digital channels to further broaden financial inclusion. These are the Digital Pera for Personal Equity Retirement Account and the Bonds.ph mobile application for our domestic bond offerings. Under the Duterte administration, the Bureau of Internal Revenue introduced additional electronic channels for filing and paying taxes. We are also expediting the implementation of the e-invoicing system to enhance revenue collections. The Bureau of Customs, for its part, continues to modernize its infrastructure and simplify its processes while ensuring border protection. The Bureau is expecting the issuance of a customs modernization order that will enable the admission and quick processing of importations that are conditionally free from duty and taxes. This measure will promote trade and open up bigger market opportunities for our MSMEs once we fully reopen the economy. We are also studying how to tax the digital economy better. The regulatory mechanism should make certain that the shift to the digital economy will expand opportunities for legitimate enterprises. Our regulations will also protect the welfare of consumers. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, for its part, has made great progress in making cashless transactions and more affordable and accessible to the Filipino people. Nearly all major banks now offer electronic cash transfers through systems set up by the BSP. These digital developments are historic steps, not only into the new normal, but also into the new economy. While we are all preparing for this rapid digital transition, we are also doing our utmost to balance our efforts to revive consumer confidence and reopen the economy with health interventions. The lockdowns that the government imposed in the second quarter of the year were necessary to save lives and protect communities. They enabled us to strengthen our prevention, testing, and isolation, and treatment capacities. However, further lockdowns at this time will bring more damage to the economy. Prolonged strict quarantine measures will threaten the gains we have made in employment and poverty reduction over the past 4 years. We need to start reopening the economy by allowing people to return to work and providing them additional modes of public transportation. While we continue to fight against COVID-19, we must not lose sight of the fact that protecting the health of the Filipino people involves more than just keeping them safe from the virus. Without a productive economy that sustains the basic needs and the cost of healthcare, we will have limited ability to protect them from other health issues and diseases. It is imperative to view COVID-19 and its relationship with the entire public health system and the economy in proper perspective. In the first 6 months of 2019, over 358,000 Filipinos died from heart disease, tumors, cerebrovascular disease, and diabetes, among other causes. For the same period this year, our death toll for these diseases and other notable causes significantly declined by 39% to just over 218,000. Of the total, 5,154 deaths were due to COVID. Medically tried and tested courses of treatment are available for heart ailments, diabetes, and other serious illnesses. However, they still accounted for a far larger number of deaths from diseases. While we continue to find ways to defeat the pandemic, we need to balance our healthcare response. We have to ensure that those afflicted with life-threatening ailments other than COVID-19 also receive quality medical care and treatment. This is why our aim has been to pursue a safe new normal while we strive for a better normal. We cannot completely lock up ourselves to avoid COVID-19 at the expense of other vital dimensions of our lives. We should take less costly but effective measures. We remain confident that we will win back our growth momentum by next year. A lot will depend on whether government and business can work together to revive consumer confidence and domestic demand. On the part of government, I can assure you that we will continue to maintain a pro-business environment for our enterprises to prosper. Together, we will overcome the challenges of this year and provide our people the inclusive economy they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Dominguez. We now proceed to our Q&A with Mr. Barcelon and Secretary Carlos Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Secretary Dominguez, for sharing with us the plans that the government has, especially the advocacies of Department of Finance, to deal with this COVID-19 situation. And I'm glad that you are willing to accommodate some few minutes of your time for question and answer. We have one question that is coming from Mr. Ferrer, our chairman of the Manufacturing Committee. His question is in line to encouraging e-commerce and online business transactions. One of the challenges is issuance of official receipts. Thus, the DOF BIR have plans to make it easier for business to acquire electronic official receipts or allowing the bank transfer certificate suffice as official receipt. That is the question, Secretary.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, we are really accelerating the issuance of e-receipts. But in the meantime, that this is not fully available, we are willing to consider proposals from the private sector on how to handle issuing of receipts.
Thank you, sir. Here's another question of interest. In your speech, Secretary, you mentioned the importance of tourism because that's low-hanging fruits and a lot of jobs are at stake. We in the business sector also look at it, not only from the visitors coming to see our scenic spots, but to attend business conventions and the likes. And one of the issue for us hosting these events is when companies all over the world would need to bring in their products and equipments for display. And may I ask, Secretary, about the development on the Ata Carne that has been in the work by the Bureau of Customs. And we'd like you to share with us your thoughts on this and your endorsement. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We are going to hasten the issuance of the order that will allow and ease the issuance of these permits to bring in samples and other products for re-export. Please rest assured that we're working very closely with the customs on implementing this matter.
Thank you, Secretary. We're looking forward that the PCCI would be your partner in this endeavor. Secretary Dominguez, another question is why is the bulk of the 2021 budget for DPWH and DOTR when these two departments have shown little capacity to spend?
You know, I challenge that assertion that they are inefficient in spending. Let me just point out that last year, despite the fact that we had a reenacted budget for almost 6 months of the year, we were able to catch up with the spending program of the DPWH and the DOTR. You have to remember that last year we could not spend the full amount for almost 6 months because of the delayed passage of the budget by the last Congress. So, but we were able to catch up by the end of the year. So, you know, this question that you know, there's low absorptive capacity, etc., is a myth that no longer exists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, a very relevant question is with the CREATE, wherein the 5 income tax reduction is very welcome from both MSMEs and big corporations. And with the reality that the POGO tax receipts will also be reduced because they're leaving. Now it begs the question, are there any government plans to revamp revenue? And one of the sector that can help is the reviving the mining in order to raise the export and tax revenue.
Definitely, we are pushing for the revival of the mining industry. As I keep on mentioning, the mining industry provides jobs in areas where there are no other alternative jobs. So we are pushing for the revival of the mining industry because they provide good jobs in the rural areas. In fact, just a few days ago, we had a complete review of the mining assets held by the government through the privatization management office. And I have asked them to really push the revival, the privatization of Nonok mines, of Basay mines, and all the other mines that are held by the government. We are also working very closely with the DNR and the MGB to really push mining to open again.
Thank you, Secretary. Secretary, this is in line with your earlier comment about reviving the tourism. And one sector that has been hit badly is the airline industries. Is there any sort of assistance for these major companies and hotel in the traveling business, Secretary?
We have been in discussions for around 6 months with the people in the airline industry. And quite frankly, they have prepared at least 4 or 5 plans for their finances. And really, the reason they say is the situation is changing so quickly that they have to keep on revising their plans. And we are in deep discussions with them, and we are prepared to participate in assistance to the airline industry. But let me point out that whatever assistance we have or we are going to provide will be part only of the entire process. The private sector banks have to cough up the majority of the assistance. I don't want to be in a position, because the government is not in a good position to evaluate credit risks. So we will rely on the participation of private banks, and we will support their efforts to help revive the industry.
Thank you, Secretary.
I point out that the government does not want to end up owning the airlines.
Thank you. That's right. Secretary, one last question. What are the plans to attract investment from those different companies from Japan, Singapore, Taiwanese, and European companies moving out of the China because the U.S. tariff imposition? How can we attract more for them to shift their destination to the other ASEAN countries? Thank you, sir.
Well, since 6 months ago, I have had discussions with DTI, and I asked DTI, what are their trade attaches doing? Have they identified individual companies that are actually moving out of China? And I said the most important thing is to talk directly to these companies who have the potential of moving out and make them and offer them. Unfortunately, and I don't want to criticize the BOI or anything, but the BOI does not see itself as a marketing organization. They do not identify which industry should come in. I always like to point out, George, if you have your cell phone, okay, how many cameras are there usually in a cell phone? At least 2, possibly 3, and sometimes 4.
Yes.
You know that we do not have a single lens manufacturer in the Philippines?
Yes, right.
Why doesn't the BOI go out and say, okay, this is the industry we want to bring in? It is high-tech, it creates a lot of jobs, there's a transfer of technology. No, rather they sit down, write the rules, and expect everybody to come. That is not the role of the BOI. The BOI should be going out, identifying the industries that we want, identifying the companies that we want to bring in, and offering them our package of incentives. And that's why the CREATE will give them the ability to tailor make the incentives to that particular industry.
Thank you, Secretary.
So how the business sector help the BOI do this? You guys know that marketing is so important, okay? Like if you're in the hotel business, you don't just advertise and say, okay, come here, we'll wait for you guys. You go out and make offers, you identify the PCCI, you identify the Rotary clubs, and you identify all these guys who have conventions and offer them a deal. Has the BOI ever done that? I'm not sure, okay? And that's why it has to be a real marketing organization.
Yes. Secretary Dominguez, thank you for the comment. And you know very well, PCCI is always in the forefront. I remember last year when the Singapore president was here, you honored us with your presence in having a face-to-face meeting with the Singapore Business Federation, which is the biggest. And you can rest assured that under the leadership of President Tiki Wiko, we are also advocating more investment. Yesterday, we just talked to the Indian ambassador, and I'm sure in the coming days, there will be more meetings with the various ambassadors to strike up more investment, both export and investment here. Our time is up, so I have to do a quick wrap-up, Secretary. So please bear with us. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the updates and the time to respond to some issues and clarification raised in this session. And may I very quickly go over the highlights as follows. On the acceptance of bank transfer certificate, we touched on that, and it's very encouraging that you have stressed the digitalization of our trade and commerce. And again, to hear from you is very heartwarming reassuring about the ATA Carne, because this will hasten the issuance of CMO that will facilitate the implementation of this policy. On the Department of Transportation budget, we can see that because of the COVID-19, the reason why the expenses that were allocated were not fully used. And for this year, now that we are opening up, I'm sure the budget will be wisely spent. On the POGO mining and revenues, pushing for the revival of the mining industry is just one aspect. I think there are other sectors that can cough up more revenues for the government. On the assistance of tourism and travel industry, there are at least 4 financial plans by the airline, and we are glad to know that the DOF, under your leadership, has started since 6 months ago to discuss with the private sector. And as such, Secretary, we are very happy to have you here. Your presentation covers all the important sectors that the PCCI is concerned with: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. I likened it to the baseball game. What you have presented to us, all bases are covered. Base 1, base 2, base 3, base 4. So with that, we're confident under your leadership, we will hit a home run come 2021. Maraming salamat po, Secretary.
Thank you very much. You will hit the home run. We will just help you do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelon and Secretary Dominguez. That wraps up our plenary discussion. Please stay with us. Stay online after this 3-minute intermission.
More than 2 decades, the franchising sector has been a major contributor to the Philippine economy. Ever since its founding, PFA has helped MSMEs grow their businesses across the country and internationally via the franchising format, encouraged thousands of Filipinos to realize their dreams of becoming their own boss, and generated millions of jobs. This year, PFA celebrates its 25th year. Amidst a world that is fraught by COVID-19 pandemic affecting the country and the Philippine franchising sector. But with a strong partnership of PFA and the members, together, we will rise to the challenge as we navigate through the crisis and pivot towards the golden age of franchising again. Because PFA believes that if we work together, we will rise as one.
Going for groceries? Need health and beauty products? Running to the pharmacy? What about finding all your must-haves in one place? Welcome to Mary Mart, your household essential store. No need to waste time going from one place to another. Everything you need is right here. Nothing can be merrier. Mary Mart, your household essential store.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next plenary session is entitled Economic Recovery and Sustainability Through Innovative Practices. The moderator of our next session is a founding chairman of the International Chamber of Commerce Philippines and the Philippine Silk Road International Chamber of Commerce. He has previously served as president of the PCCI, the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, and the Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce and Industry. He was appointed Special Envoy for Trade and Investments by the President of the Philippines in 2007. He has been the Honorary Consul General of the Republic of Peru in the Philippines since 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Francis Chua.
Good morning. Our next session will focus on recovery and building resilience through innovative measures, something that is really close to our President, Ambassador Yuico. In the aftermath of the economic dislocation brought about by COVID-19, talking of recovery and resilience, the best person to share insights is our guest of honor today. During her presidency from 2001 to 2010, our country faced the great threat of global financial crisis that brought down both developed and emerging economies. She was able to bring the different stakeholders in what we now call the whole of society approach to weather the crisis. It was during her term, in response to the financial crisis, that reforms were introduced, which is now credited to have strengthened our macroeconomic fundamentals. These fundamentals have helped numerous administrations. After her administration, the Aquino administration, the present administration, and administration to come. She is the economist, stateswoman, and a builder who started the country's aggressive infrastructure development. She built the Subic-Clark-Tarlac Expressway and Nol-Luzon Expressway through public-private partnership. She became a member of Philippine House of Representatives for 3 terms and eventually elected as a House Speaker in 2018 to 2019. She was elected as a member of the Board of Directors of the most prestigious Bao Ao Forum for Asia way back in April 2018. And today, she is still one of the most senior members of the Board of Directors of BOAO. Indeed, she is one of the best presidents to lead our country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and welcome Her Excellency, Madam President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo.
Thank you very much, Francis, for your very kind introduction and for being recognized as a business leader who has done much to contribute to our country's efforts to eradicate poverty and realize sustained growth. Congratulations. To Vicky Huico and Nina Mangyo, for your innovations to pull off this conference even at the height of a pandemic, congratulations. And to all the entrepreneurs responsible for the Philippines improving by 4 notches in the 2020 Global Innovation Index and being named as the top digital riser of 2020 in East Asia and the Pacific, congratulations. That means the Philippines is doing well in innovation. When Vicky and Nina invited me to speak at your conference, I gave them the caveat that I'm a private citizen who has been in isolated quarantine. I was exposed 3 times to people who tested positive for COVID-19. So I'm not up to date on all the most recent policy studies and data out there. But as Francis said in his introduction, and your organizer said, they said that what I can bring to the table is my experience in structural reforms and in avoiding the global recession of 2008 and 2009, in the hope that some elements of my experience can be applied to our efforts to recover from the ongoing COVID recession and return to the path of sustained growth under the so-called new normal conditions. Macro policies and programs to recover from this recession do not have to be reinvented. Monetary policy and fiscal pump priming have long been classical tools at our disposal. And I am confident in the ability of our economic team today to design a solution to suit today's situation. Having said that, it is useful to consider some differences between the situation today and 2008. In 2008, global recession originated from the financial sector, namely the subprime crisis, while the present recession has a broader cause, namely the abrupt reduction in business activity across almost all sectors in the world because large portions of the workforce and consumer base were degraded due to lockdown conditions. In 2008, by the time the global crisis occurred, our country was done implementing structural reforms in 2005. So, while two-thirds of the world went into recession in 2008 and 2009, we did not. Thus, our recovery was V-shaped. From about 1% growth in the third quarter of 2009, in 6 months, we recovered to a record growth of 8.1% in the first quarter of 2010. Today, in the sense that the present recession has a broader cause than 2008, the starting point for recovery might now be broader and deeper. Compared to 2008, we may have to enhance the focus on two sectors. First, our financial sector to ensure that our banking system remains sound and enabled to respond to rapidly evolving practices under lockdown conditions. And second, our medical and health sector for obvious reasons. In the financial sector, there is a lot of innovation ongoing. Indeed, the restriction of movement due to COVID quarantine conditions has accelerated digital services and financial technology. Payroll seems to be the most logical entry point for fintech companies and payment platforms that make sending and receiving money quick and easy. Debt collection thus benefits from this digital revolution. Making financial technology more inclusive rather than widening the digital gap is important because the sector most vulnerable to the pandemic is the micro sector where the small and marginal members of society eke out a day-to-day living. It's good that the work of Muhammad Yunus, father of Grameen Banking, on microloans through technology platforms is being emulated. Our country's recovery and sustainability also stand to benefit from innovations in the health and medical sector, whether homegrown or imported. The solution to COVID that the world awaits is today's mother of innovations, a new vaccine. Given the country's scarce funds, President Duterte recently said that the Philippines will buy the cheapest COVID vaccine available in the market. In view of the urgency of getting a COVID vaccine to market as soon as possible, I urge that any vaccine approved by the US FDA should be automatically approved by the Philippine FDA for the market and to qualify to compete in a level playing field to meet the timeliness test and the cheapest test. And I am glad that FDA head Eric Domingo agrees with me. Innovation will be the key also to recovering quickly from the economic ravages of the pandemic and to adapt smoothly to the so-called new normal that involves an entire structural change in business practices and social conventions that are emerging in response to COVID. Work from home and internet sales, for instance, and the innovations to make them more efficient. In 2008, one of our major initiatives to insulate the Philippines from global recession was to work with the private sector. It was in your annual business conference when you, the PCCI, proposed a 100 billion infrastructure fund to make us resilient. 50 billion, you said, from the GFIs and 50 billion from private financial institutions. The private sector did its part, like the global power plant in Toledo, Cebu, T-Flex, C6, Manila-Cavite Coastal Road, North Metro Manila Skyway, SLEX, and Southern Luzon Artillery Road, among others. Today, a major role of the private sector in recovery and sustainability is innovation. When I was Speaker, Congress passed Republic Act 11293, the Philippine Innovation Act, and Republic Act 11337, the Innovative Startup Act. The Innovation Act adopts innovation as a vital component of the country's development policies to drive inclusive growth and promote the growth and national competitiveness of MSMEs. While the Innovative Startup Act provides benefits and programs to strengthen, promote, and develop the Philippines startup system. Due to prioritization of the budget for COVID firefighting, Secretary Carchua informed me that NEDA will continue to work with DBM to find the funding for the Innovation Council and Secretariat. As for the Startup Act, because Mon Lopez will speak to you later, you can find out more from him about that. Learning lessons from other countries is important. China is the first economy to recover from negative growth this year. The way that it implemented novel approaches to create jobs in such a large economy surely provides practical lessons for smaller economies like the Philippines. Like us, in China, many were compelled to work from home, and livelihood opportunities were created from internet sales. These innovations restructured China's traditional night market economy. In August, the English.gov.cn said that during the epidemic, normal prevention and control measures such as home quarantine curbed the Chinese people's offline consumption activities, whereas online shopping and online movie watching became the normal life consumption. A China Global Television Network interview last May described how, with work from home, the Chinese increasingly spent more time online in the later hours of the night. That trend provided opportunities for the market. The night economy diversified itself through innovation, both in offline and online activities, including audiobooks, digital content, e-games, e-commerce, and Chinese Netflix-like platforms with promotions opening at midnight. The night economy is encouraged by the Chinese government as a growth driver. Both central and local governments invest to encourage nighttime activities. In the name of rescuing micro-businesses, China has also lifted a 10-year ban on street-level vendors. In Guangzhou, empty space in shopping centers and parking lots is leased to street vendors. Last May, Shanghai and Tianjin reopened night fairs amid strict anti-epidemic measures. Everybody, however, is still very careful. Sanitary measures are present, and cities are adopting increased security. For such a large, centrally planned economy, the government of China has shown that it can be pragmatic, agile, indeed an enabler. I'm not saying that to emulate China, we should also develop a Philippine night market economy. Innovation should be primarily guided by the market. I learned that as president when I was trying to develop, and I did develop, our ICT sector. At first, I envisioned our strength to be software, but the market guided the private sector towards BPO. I recognized that, I accepted it, and I supported it. What I am saying is that the government can be a powerful enabler for the private sector, especially if it is agile as a regulator, and more than ever at a time of crisis like today. As our economy innovates in response to the market, the government, of course, will need appropriate enforcement powers to implement social distancing programs as part of an entire body of civic behavior that will help prevent a resurgence of COVID. If I were to distill my talk into one sentence, it would be this. A decisive factor is agility and pragmatism in implementation. Congressman Joey Salceda, in many of his presentations about economic recovery, said that my 2009 budget increase in response to the global crisis was only 2% of GDP. But because the government spent much of the budget early in the year, we had results better than much of the rest of the world. I lived with a reenacted budget many years during my presidency. I lived with a delayed budget. But fortunately, in our constitution, when the budget is delayed, you have a reenacted budget. And that doesn't stop you from spending as much of it as you want in the first part of the year, even before a new budget is carried out. And so that is what I used to do every time my budget was delayed. At a time of crisis, agility in regulation means that the mindset of officials in charge must be to strive for the positive and practicable rather than for the theoretical and perfect as long as no law is violated, especially now that we do not have the luxury of time. But with government as an able enabler, which I think it is, there is much that the private sector and you, the PCCI, can do, like what you did in 2008, to help implement business restructuring this time for recovery and sustainability through innovation. Thank you.
Now may we request Her Excellency, former President of the Republic of the Philippines, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, to stay online and witness the conferment of this Presidential Excellence Award. May we welcome PCCI Director for Agriculture and Fishery and President of the Philippine Food Processors and Exporters Organization Incorporated, Mr. Roberto C. Amores, who will be the host for the awarding ceremony.
Magandang umaga. Good morning to all. Our first award is the highest award to be conferred by the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the very first ever by a president. It's called the Presidential Excellence Award. May I call on stage the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry President, Ambassador Benedicto B. Yuico. The Presidential Excellence Award is presented to our awardee for his steadfast and unwavering commitment to the growth and development of the Chamber movement and the Philippine business community. He has unrelentingly contributed to making the country an active participant in the international arena. His vision, business acumen, and advocacies continue to push the PCCI to greater heights. The Presidential Excellence Award is presented to the Chairman Emeritus of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and founding Chairman of the International Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Ambassador Francis Chua. citation which will be read by the President.
Good morning, everyone. I was going to read the citation, but I'm afraid it will take me 20 minutes to go through all of the good things we have said about Dr. Francis Chua. So instead, I'm going to just ad-lib and share with you that this Presidential Excellence Award was approved by our board not too long ago. In fact, I think it was last board meeting. And together with myself, as members, we have our senior advisors of PCCI, Titoy Pardo and Mr. Nards Jimenez. And we deliberated very hard on this award, Francis. And not because we didn't think that you deserve such a great award, but there are quite a number of other deserving PCCI directors as well. But in any case, I am very happy and glad to be with you here this morning to personally deliver this award, because in the past, your role, Francis, has been mostly giving awards. It's about time, I think, PCCI give you an award yourself. Thank you very much.
Okay, after this photo shot, may we request just a 2-minute few words from the awardee. Mr. President, please stay on stage.
Mr. President, thank you so much. This is beyond my wildest dream. This award is most prestigious and coming from PCCI. I will treasure it for the rest of my life. In fact, this award is most fitting for you, Mr. President. So if you insist, I will receive it for and behalf of all the presidents of PCCI. In fact, I would have to thank my mentor, Jose T. Pardo, Mr. Ortiz, RSA, NARCH, and the entire board of PCCI. Also, the Secretariat of PCCI, and my close friends, Jess, Bobby, Rene, Ben, because it is through your effort, through your support, that we have this award. So this award is for all of us. It's for everybody. Maraming salamat po.
May I call the following for a very brief photo opportunity. PBC Chair, Ms. Nina Mangio, Director Edgardo Lacson, Director Simbulan, Honorary Chair Sergio Ortiz Luis Jr., and PCCI Chair Alegria Bing Limhoco. A little of the social distancing, please. And Director Jess Varela. Maraming salamat to all our distinguished guests, President Uico, and congratulations again to Ambassador Francis Chua for this exceptional Presidential Excellence Award. May we call on stage the Director General of the International Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Mr. Jesus B. Varela, for the next set of awards. Our next set of awards is the International Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines Global Excellence Award. The award honors 3 conglomerates for their unselfish role in mitigating the impact of the pandemic, not only to both employees and businesses alike, but more so to the less fortunate of our brothers and sisters in the society. The 3 awards recognize business leaders that have propelled growth, development, and competitiveness in the country and global business communities. For our ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Award, our first awardee continues to touch the hearts of the Filipino and the global public as it led the private sector by its example and efforts to aid the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Its commitment to the betterment of the Filipino people is present more than ever as the company's efforts to help the government, the medical center, and the unprivileged communities amidst this pandemic. These efforts benefit the lives and livelihoods of numerous Filipinos and employees from big entrepreneurs and big enterprises down to the small and micro business as the company bolsters economic recovery, which translates to prosperity. Its reconfiguration of its business operations greatly aided in the rehabilitation of the Philippine economy and those in need the most, all the while maintaining the health and safety of their people. The ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Award is presented to San Miguel Corporation. To receive the award is Mr. Freddy Constantino in behalf of Mr. Ramon A. May I ask the President, Mr. Uico, Ms. Lina Mangio, Ambassador Francis Chua, Director Varela, thank you, Madam President, PGMA, for taking time in witnessing these important awards. Any representative from San Miguel Corporation? Okay, there is Mr. Freddy Constantino. May we hear a few words from the awardee? The presenters will be remaining on stage.
So on behalf of the entire San Miguel family, thank you for this honor of being chosen as the recipient of this year's ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Award. In San Miguel, when we do something, it is never to gain an award of recognition. From day one of the quarantine back in March, we have seen to so many of our employees go above and beyond the call of duty. They helped make sure our essential operations continued. They made sure that the food products were available in markets and, more importantly, to our poor kababayans. They reported for work to make and deliver free disinfectant alcohol from our facilities. They took care of running our power plants so that our medical frontliners and our hospitals could do their jobs of saving lives, and so millions of Filipinos could stay at home. They ensured our expressways and gas stations continued to run to transport essential personnel and products. And most of all, our employees devoted time to support our efforts to help medical frontliners, disadvantaged communities, and our provinces and cities. They made sure everything we could give was delivered with care and malasakit. It is because of them that this award becomes even more meaningful. We dedicate this award to all the San Miguel employees. To ICCP, thank you for recognizing and giving more meaning to our work. To our friends and colleagues here in the business community, our country has never needed us more than ever. Our economy is down, our businesses are suffering, but most of all, our countrymen are also suffering. As businesses, we are experiencing difficulties as well. But I would still like to ask you if there's anything you can do to help or make the situation of people around better. Please do so. These days, even the smallest effort go a very long way. For bigger businesses, we hope you will also continue to do what you can to keep our economy and our country up. The best way we can do is that now to invest and go all in for our country, because we cannot afford for our country to fail. If you look at San Miguel now, much of the success we've experienced this couple of years is because we believed in the potential of the Philippines. We invested in key industries that are critical to our economic growth: power, infrastructure, oil, and fuels. I believe in the last 10 years, we have been proven right. Today, most of our major projects that we set out to do when we started our transformation are complete. We are gearing up for the biggest project in the history, not just for the company, but for our country. This is the Manila International Airport in Bulacan. By the time the airport is complete, this pandemic would have been far behind us. Yes, it will be a new world with new realities, but it will be one where we have a better fighting chance because of our efforts today. The Philippines and the world will be better, stronger. Let's make the sacrifices of so many Filipinos today count by doing our part in building a better future. Maraming salamat po. In behalf of Mr. Ramon Ang, thank you for this award again. Thank you po.
Thank you very much and congratulations, San Miguel Corporation, represented by Mr. Freddy Constantino. Thank you very much, presenters.
Thank you.
Our next ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Awardee contributes to providing reliable transmission services to the Filipino people, which facilitates access to efficient, safe, and affordable electricity, especially amidst the COVID-19 global pandemic, which posed as a threat to the security of the people. The company's invaluable donations to vulnerable sectors in time of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially through its contributions of relevant medical equipment, testing facilities, ambulances, personal protective equipment, and other medical devices necessary in addressing the pandemic to various hospitals and local government units around the metro is overwhelming and worthy of recognition. More importantly, its contributions in increasing the capacity of mass testing through the provision of testing and isolation facilities greatly help in saving numerous lives. The ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Award is presented to the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, or NGCP. To receive the award is the President of NGCP, Mr. Anthony Almeida. Congratulations, Mr. Almeida of NGCP. Finally, our next ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Awardee continues to create economic opportunities, propelling unprecedented growth and development in the country, especially in the global COVID-19 pandemic. The commitment of the company to create a better life for the Filipino people has also transcended the realm of business, creating impactful change in society through its relenting efforts in country's fight against COVID-19 as it implemented various initiatives that contributed both to keeping urban families afloat during the distressing time as well as to providing immeasurable support to the Philippine government in responding more effectively to the pandemic. Through the company's efforts to increase the country's testing capacity and improve diagnostic systems by the establishment of COVID-19 laboratories, provision for the needs of the masses by means of sponsoring programs such as Project Ugnayan and the McDonald's Kindness Kitchen, which fed thousands of urban poor families, and support for frontliners, government programs, and local businesses through financial and material donations that have reached to more than 4 billion pesos. And the company continues to contribute and sustain the Philippine economy throughout extraordinary times and are able to exhibit the genuine heart and compassion of the company. The ICCP Global Excellence Corporate Award is presented to the Andrew Tan Group of Companies. And to receive the award is Dr. Andrew L. Tan, Chairman, Alliance Global Group Incorporated. Mr. Andrew Tan, congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Andrew Tan, for this very important award. And thank you, Madam President, for still staying with us. Our next award is the International Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines Global Excellence Award. This year's awardee is a respected business leader of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Employers Confederation of the Philippines, and the Philippine Stock Exchange. His hard work and commitment in policy and advocacy continues to pave the way for the success of the country's economic development that is felt not only locally but also overseas, truly helping Philippine business make an important mark globally. His business acumen in the areas of maritime transport and environmental management services, among others, has created many opportunities for employment and has instituted growth and competitiveness. His advocacy in helping micro, small, and medium enterprises, as well as his philanthropic initiatives in supporting marginalized sectors, continues to inspire the community to contribute to nation building. The ICCP Global Excellence Award is presented to the President of MIS Maritime Corporation and the PCCI Director for Capital Market Development and Corporate Governance, Mr. Edgardo G. Lacson. May I call on Mr. Edgardo G. Lacson, President Vicky Yuico, ICCP Chairman, Ambassador Francis Chua, PCCI Chair Alegria Binglim Hoko, 46 PBC Chair Ms. Nina Mangio, Honorary Chair Ms. Sergio Ortiz Luis Jr., and Director General Jesus B. Barrela. Of course, Director Renato Simbulan. Dr. Simbulan and Dr. Benjamin Loong. Please stay on page. May I call on Mr. Edgardo Lacson, after receiving that citation from the President, may I call on Mr. Edgardo Lacson for a few words.
I have received some awards in the past, but I'm sure I will be treasuring this particular award for 4 reasons. One, it is given by a prestigious organization like ICC, headed by Ambassador Francis Chua, given on this very important event of PCCI. And third, because the medal looks expensive. I think it's 24 karat gold. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edgardo G. Lacson, for this Global Excellence Award. Maraming salamat. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much to our guests and our presenters. And congratulations again, Mr. Edgardo G. Lacson. For our ICCP Global Excellence Posthumous Award, our first awardee is remembered for his remarkable contributions to several of the Philippines' major business industries and drivers of growth and development, including publishing, shipping, pharmacy, banking and finance, tourism, and education, among others. He is respected for both his professional and altruistic contributions as businessman and as a philanthropist whose values and generosity touch the lives of many Filipinos and serve as an inspiration ideal for fellow Filipino business people to espouse. The ICCP Global Excellence Posthumous Award is awarded awarded to Don Emilio T. Yap, Sr., Chairman of the Board, Manila Bulletin Publishing Corporation. And to receive the award is the President of Manila Bulletin Publishing Corporation, Dr. Emilio Yap III. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Don Emilio Yap III. Finally, and thank you, Madam President, for still hanging on. Finally, our next ICCP Global Excellence Posthumous Awardee is remembered as an industry champion in multiple sectors, most prominently in the manufacturing and exporting of fishing nets, twines, and other related products, which has propelled the Philippine fish net industry to become a leading global supplier and a major competitor in the international market. His vision of entrepreneurship focused on business growth, sustainable development, and advocacy which helped diversify his business ventures into plastic manufacturing, health and services, banking and finance, and real estate development. Above all, his selfless acts of service are unparalleled as witnessed through his projects and advocacies to serve the vulnerable and the underprivileged sectors of society. The ICCP Global Excellence Posthumous Award is awarded to Dr. Alfonso G.C., founder, AGS Group of Companies. And to receive the award is the President of AGS Group of Companies, Mr. Alfie Lawrence C. Maraming salamat and congratulations. That ends our awarding ceremonies. And congratulations to all our ICCP Global Excellence Posthumous Awardees and all the ICCP Global Awardees for this year. Maraming salamat, President PGMA, for your attendance in this important event. And thank you to all of us. Maraming salamat and have a pleasant day to all. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, Mr. Roberto Amores. That wraps up our second plenary session for the day. Please stay online for this 3-minute intermission.
Regions of Mindanao, woven fabrics. Cordillera and South Luzon regions, wood carvings. Aklan, piña weaving. Bicol region, bags and baskets. Cebu, handcrafted guitars. Western Visayas, Capiz shell products. Central and Southern Luzon, Mindanao, jewelry, metal craft. Pampanga, wood, wicker, and iron furnitures. Filipino craftsmanship continues to open its doors to the world. Welcome to the 46th PCCI Philippine Business Conference and the first virtual.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by for the next plenary. We will resume in a few minutes. Our third and final plenary session for today is entitled Industry 4.0, the Future of Productivity. The moderator of our next session is Mr. Ferdinand Peri Ferrer. Mr. Ferrer is a chairman of PCCI Committee on Industry. He's a chairman and CEO of EMS Group of Companies that is engaged in providing semiconductor engineering and electronic assembly services. He's also a board member of several business organizations, such as Treasurer of Semiconductor and Electronics Industries in the Philippines, Trustee for Electronics Sector of Philippine Exporters Confederation Incorporated, or PhilExport, and the Trustee of Philippine-Japan Economic Cooperation Committee Incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ferdinand Peri Ferrer.
Thank you, and good morning to all the participants and organizers of the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Our third session, we will discuss the vital role of Industry 4.0 in helping enterprises and industries adapt to businesses' unusual scenarios, improve productivity, and ensure future resilience. Even before COVID-19 struck, Industry 4.0 was already transforming business operations. The COVID-19 pandemic has simply made the deployment of Industry 4.0 solutions a strategic, imperative, and a necessity. Against a backdrop of continued uncertainties and new realities, how is government creating the ecosystem to strengthen business, technology, and innovation, and support the shift to the fourth industrial revolution? Is there a united approach to technology, planning, and funding management? What are the supportive policies? Joining us in today's discussion are two distinguished members of government. Our first speaker has long and distinguished career as one of the country's foremost scientists and engineer. Prior to the various positions he held at DOST, he served at the University of the Philippines in various capacities from 1973 to 2016, culminating to his appointment as System Vice President for Planning and Development. While at UP, he was seconded 3 times to the National Science and Technology Authority, NSTA, as head of its planning service, as director of its Technology Application and Promotion Institute, or TAPI, and as Undersecretary for Scientific and Technical Services. He was appointed DOST Secretary in 2016. Please welcome our Secretary, Fortunato de la Peña.
Thank you very much, Perry. Warmest greetings to all the participants of this 46th Philippine Business Conference and Exhibition. Warmest greetings to Ambassador Benedicto Yuico, President of PCCI, and to the 46 PBC Chair, Engineer Nina Mangio. To my fellow plenary speakers, to Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, former President, to Secretary Dominguez of the Department of Finance, to Secretary Belio of the Department of Labor and Employment, and Secretary Mon Lopez of the Department of Trade and Industry, and to all who are participating either as actors or speakers. Thank you for inviting the Department of Science and Technology to this conference. Indeed, we are glad to be given this opportunity to share with you our initiatives in sharing and in harnessing science, technology, and innovation in enhancing the competitiveness of our micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is particularly critical now that we are in the cusp of one of the world's greatest technological transformations, which we call Industry 4.0. I will be presenting to you our small enterprise technology upgrading Program 4.0. It has actually evolved over the years, or Set Up 4.0. Set Up is one of the OST's major programs that is intended to ensure the viability, or to ensure the competitiveness of our MSMEs. And I will be presenting to you the major programs that are now intended to ensure a viable economy and society as we progress into the future. Let me move into the next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So by showing you this, we have a preview of how we intend to support our MSMEs as we continuously nurture them towards Industry 4.0. As we can see, DOST intends to look into their current level of development, come up with appropriate assistance, and nurture them to grow step by step until they reach their full potential. I will show you in the next slides the details of how we intend to do this. Next slide, please. Set Up has been our banner program for assisting our MSMEs, and we started way back in 2002. Since then, and up to 2017, we focused our attention towards providing firm-level assistance to upgrade the product and the process technologies of these MSMEs. Thousands of business enterprises have been assisted under this program through technology transfer, training, laboratory services, packaging assistance, and consultancy services in many areas such as food safety, productivity improvement, energy efficiency, and cleaner production, to mention some. Realizing the need, however, to address constraints that affect the entire industry or sector aside from the requirements of the individual firms, we shifted to Set Up 2.0, and this program provides a more focused industry approach and initiated the development of industry, science, and technology roadmaps, particularly to identify and address gaps in technology commercialization and technical services. Next slide, please. In the past 2 years, however, the emergence of Industry 4.0 seems to have considerably accelerated. New and disruptive technologies such as Internet of Things, big data analytics, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, robotics, new materials, additive manufacturing, cloud computing, and a lot more have become mainstream technologies in manufacturing industry as well as service sectors. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic changed business and industry through shifts in consumer preferences, decrease in mobility, changes in operation, and the disruption of supply chains. The President himself had immediately recognized the need to change the way we support our MSMEs, and during his most recent State of the Nation address, he tasked the Department of Science and Technology to ensure that our trainings and other technical services be delivered online or with minimum physical contact. Climate change, globalization, migration, and urbanization are also some challenges faced by our SMEs. These events are some of the disruptive forces that affect not only the business sector but the whole system, including the economy, society, governance, and all other sectors. Next slide, please. In response to the previously mentioned developments and the drastic change in the business landscape, DOST saw it fit to immediately recalibrate the implementation of the Set Up program. Thus, starting next year, we will be implementing Set Up 4.0. Amidst the challenges, the program supports the vision of an innovative, resilient, sustainable, and globally competitive SME sector. To ensure inclusivity and effectiveness, the program intends to categorize our SMEs in terms of their level of development and come up with the appropriate package of S&T interventions needed by them. Next slide, please. Next. We are showing here, these are the priority sectors that we have, and some of these are industries that we have long been supporting. However, under Setup 4.0, we will infuse more resources and attention to industries that are critically important given our situation now. Among these are the health and wellness sector, as well as ICT and electronics industry. We will not abandon our legacy industries such as food processing and agriculture, since these are the ones that address food security and resiliency. Next slide, please. Setup 4.0 aims to transform our SMEs into smart SMEs through these smarter strategic themes. The first four are industry level, while the remaining three are enterprise level strategic themes. SMARTER is an acronym that stands for Sustainable Economy, Market Competence, Able Human Capital, Responsive Science and Technology Support, Infrastructure, Technology and Innovation, Enterprise Support, and finally, Resiliency and Continuity. So allow me to describe each one of these. S, Sustainable Economy, pivoting our SMEs towards the attainment of a sustainable economy and to a certain extent support the attainment of our UN Sustainable Development Goals. M, Market Competence. We would like to strengthen the market presence and competence of our SMEs. We would likewise want them to participate in both local and global supply chains. A is for able human development, human capital. Upskilling the competencies of our human capital is a very critical area if we would like to have a competitive SME sector. R is for a responsive science and technology support infrastructure. We need to put in the needed infrastructure to foster innovation in our industries. T is for technology and innovation. New technologies must be transferred and utilized, while more innovation should be put into use. E is for enterprise support. We also need to continue providing technical, digital, and other needed critical support at the level of individual firms. And lastly, R is for resiliency and continuity. We need to ensure enterprise resiliency and continuity amidst the anthropomorphic as well as natural hazards that we are having. Next slide. The next slide, okay, shows our industry level strategies. They are really the building blocks of a strong innovation ecosystem. Under sustainable economy, we can see sustainable economy which reflects our development aspirations. So SETUP is really a program that intends to generate decent work, alleviate poverty, foster economic growth, develop our industries, and foster innovation. There are many SDGs that are addressed when we support our SME sector, particularly since they are key drivers of economic growth in the countryside. Market competence. In order to come up with a sustainable MSME, there should be market viability for them. They should attain a higher level of competence and competitiveness, and in this area, SETUP 4.0 intends to provide needed support. We intend to link our processors to our farmers, cooperatives, and our other possible raw material suppliers. We also intend to link them to each other in order to explore a business-to-business collaboration. And we intend to aggressively assist our SMEs in the area of e-commerce. Before COVID-19, DOST had already established one store which has really assisted a lot of our micro and small enterprises. But under SETUP 4.0, we will even do much more so that our MSMEs can already become mainstream users of electronic platforms, particularly in marketing their products. able human capital. Another critical building block is our human capital. Some studies show that millions of jobs can be displaced by advances in AI, automation, and robotics. But this can be offset if we are able to upskill our workforce and move them up to higher competencies, such as in the areas of data science, mechatronics, and ICT, to name a few. We are hoping that our local enterprises would start to increase the number of highly skilled workers they have in their operations. We have a project Sparta under DOST implemented by the Development Academy of the Philippines and the Data Analytics Association. And this is one initiative that we have in the area of AI. We are targeting to create a critical pool of data science specialists so that we can leverage this to migrate to higher business operations and explore new market opportunities. R for responsive S&T support infrastructure. Finally, we need to provide our human capital the various needed support, such as appropriate policies and development plans. S&T facilities, such as specialized research centers, innovation and knowledge hubs, technology business incubators, among others. We also need to develop and deploy innovative service delivery platforms that will allow them to provide our technical assistance efficiently and effectively. We have, for example, the Advanced Manufacturing Center, or AMCEN, which specializes on cutting-edge manufacturing technologies, particularly additive manufacturing. We also have our Advanced Mechatronics, Robotics, and Industrial Automation Laboratory, which we call AMERIAL for short. And this facility assists our MSMEs adapt to new technologies that will radically improve their operations. Our AMERIAL team has started to assist MSMEs in the regions with initial upgrading of their equipment and other electromechanical systems so that eventually through the years they can progress and migrate to automation, mechatronics, and robotics technology. We also have the Advanced Device and Materials Testing Laboratory, or ADMATEL, to support our electronics and ICT industry. We have established in almost all regions of the country what we call as niche research centers in the region for R&D, or NICER centers. We have the Electronic Products Development Center also located in our Bicutan complex. Even before we had COVID-19, DOST already transitioned into digital platforms for its various services. Among this is our One Lab network, which is a network of DOST and partner laboratories that functions as just one service provider. A client coming from any part of the country can just approach our accredited laboratory in the area, submit their sample, and the test can be performed anywhere in the country by any available and competent laboratory in the network. We also have a One Expert on the other hand, and this is the virtual hub for accessing consultancy and training services of technical experts, accredited consultants, and technical personnel of the Department of Science and Technology. Next slide, please. We move over to enterprise-level strategies. The enterprise-level strategies are intended to prepare our MSMEs to higher-level technological development, and hopefully, the more advanced ones will be ready for Industry 4.0. Technology and innovation provides access to new technologies and innovations. This strategy also aims to provide SMEs linkages to research and innovation hubs, assist them in commercialization of technologies, and help them enhance their facilities. Enterprise support is still part of firm-level strategies. This aims to deliver technical, digital, and other critical support to MSMEs through technical and consultancy services. This will ensure the improvement of products and processes of any enterprise in order to meet minimum regulatory and market requirements. And furthermore, the program will provide access and assistance on digital infrastructure to help enterprises improve their operations as we transition to Industry 4.0. And lastly, the last strategy, which is firm level, resiliency and continuity. This will ensure the resiliency and continuity of the enterprise. Among others, the program will provide assistance on disaster preparedness and business continuity planning. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, we intend to categorize our MSMEs in terms of the level of their development. This is a core strategy for our setup 4.0. Although Industry 4.0 is our main motivating factor, we do recognize that majority of our businesses are still in the early stages of development. A lot of them are just starting to transition from manual operations to semi-mechanization, and we cannot leave them behind. As such, there will be 4 categorizations of the SMEs that we will assist. First is the startup enterprise, which is a newly created enterprise aiming to commercialize an innovative product. This refers more to the type of enterprise being supported under the innovative startup law. Next will be the developing enterprise, characterized as having basic operations and facilities. The products being manufactured as well as the process being employed both need to be improved in order to meet government regulations as well as market requirements. The next in the level is the growing enterprise. And this is an enterprise with a stable or growing market. And there is a need to further improve productivity as well as product quality. And finally, the expanding and innovating enterprise. This is the topmost category. It is likewise a viable and expanding market. It has a well-developed operations and facilities. There is emerging use of digital mechanical systems. And most importantly, there is an opportunity for higher level technological operations. DOST is in the process of developing the assessment tool that will aid us in categorizing our enterprises. Next slide, please. The assistance provided for each category is based on the level of development of the SMEs. For example, for the startup enterprise, a different set of interventions. Startup assistance will be provided for startup enterprises. Meanwhile, for the developing enterprise, we have the step-up assistance program that, or package that will be provided. Startup assistance will focus more on providing basic technical support for the commercialization of their innovative products. And this is essentially the same support to be given to the step-up assistance, although we are dealing here with mature and established technologies. It should be pointed out that even during the early as well as developing stages of enterprises, Setup 4.0 will already start providing the digitalization assistance appropriate to their needs. This may involve creating their digital presence or using basic and generic information systems. Next slide, please. And we are moving towards the last 2 slides. For a much established company, higher level of assistance will be provided. A growing enterprise can avail of the scale-up assistance, while an expanding and innovating enterprise can avail of our surge-up assistance. Scale-up involves higher level of mechanization for productivity improvement. More advanced ICT systems and tools shall be provided, such as cloud computing, use of IoT, and customized info systems. While the surge-up is for the innovative enterprises where production systems are already well developed and ready for much higher development through the use of both advanced Industry 3.0 and Industry 4.0 technologies. These are companies that can start adopting advanced mechanization technologies involving mechatronics, automation, and robotics. Additive manufacturing opportunities will be exploited, and data analytics as well as data science applications may already be used, as well as IoT, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence. We hope that in the next 5 years, we can build a critical number of business enterprises that will be eligible for the surge-up assistance. And finally, the last slide shows, in my presentation here, emphasizing that Setup 4.0 aims to continuously nurture the growth of SMEs in order to lift them from their current status. The program will support and assist SMEs in upgrading their technologies in order to survive any disruptive forces. As you can see, this is the continuously moving SMEs towards Industry 4.0, from startup to step up to scale up to surge up. And this will be our help to SMEs to become more resilient and adaptable to the various changes happening around them and in society as a whole. With this program, SMEs will transform into smarter SMEs ready for Industry 4.0 instead of small enterprise technology upgrading program, we are now using a smarter enterprises technology upgrading program, which leads to Industry 4.0. Thank you very much again for giving me this opportunity to share with you our programs for Industry 4.0. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary De La Peña. It certainly is very detailed, and we can see a lot of the programs, especially the four-step process from startup to surge up, and also a program on assessing SMEs and micro, small, and medium enterprises, and also the Smarter program. We will have a lot of questions later on after the presentation of our next speaker, which you discussed the segue. Our next speaker is a lawyer, a human rights advocate, peace worker, and a public servant. He has held several government positions over time, such as the representative of the Unaang Barangay Ating Paunlarin party list during the 16th Congress, Cabinet Secretary, Presidential Advisor for New Government Centers, General Manager of the Philippine Reclamation Authority, Secretary and Undersecretary of the Department of Justice and Solicitor General. He was a member of various boards, including the Philippine Airlines, the Baguio Country Club, and was also affiliated with different law offices, including the ULO and Bellevue law offices. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Silvestre Bellevue III.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. Her Excellency, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, my former boss, President and Ambassador, my friend Dicky Iwico of PCCI, my government, Secretary Boy, my co-Dabaweño, Secretary Sunny Dominguez, and of course, I should not fail to mention my collaborator in the labor relation, ECO President Sergio Luis Ortiz. Nandyan po kayo, President Sergio. Magandang umaga po sa atin lahat. Alam niyo itong in this world of digitalization, nakaka-4 o 5 speeches tayo araw-araw eh. And to leave a meeting just to be here and to comply with my commitment to President Dicky. And I would like to thank PCCI for having me today. Malaking bagay po sa amin dito sa Dole na mapasama sa mga activities ng PCCI. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, before the offset of 2020, technology was thought to be the most important catalyst for change across all industries. 10 months into 2020, we all realize that this isn't the case, strictly speaking. In fact, COVID-19 crisis presents a platform shift as profound as the internet or mobile devices in the way we live now. With the pandemic in our midst, we find ourselves in an unsettling situation, and our already flimsy ability to picture the future is seriously being put into test. One thing that is certain, though, is that this crisis will accelerate digital transformation across all sectors all over the world. In fact, to sustain the viability of businesses, many companies are now rushing to implement their own digital innovation and transformation. Prior to the pandemic, the national government has already been working on a convergence to prepare our labor market for the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution, which is a techno-industrial world run by digital system rather than by hands of men, has already commenced, and the government's inclusive innovation industrial strategy framework is aimed at creating and strengthening globally innovative industries. Latest available data indicates that younger people have jobs with higher probability of automation. The average proportion of automation decreases with education, and the proportion of high-risk workers also decreases with education. Interestingly, research indicates that technical feasibility does not guarantee economic viability. Still, digital transformation is not an issue of if, but an issue of when. Thus, the need to address obstacles in the transformation journey. To prepare the country for the inevitable digitalization of industries, often associated with an expected decrease in employment, the government has to adopt sub-policies that will provide safety nets. These policies include strengthening the capacities of all people to benefit from the opportunities of a changing world of work. This will be done through this following. First, you must have effective realization of gender equality in opportunities and treatment. Second, effective lifelong learning and quality education for all. Third, universal access to comprehensive and sustainable social protection. And fourth, effective measures to support people through the increasing transitions they will face throughout their working lives. Another policy, my dear friends, is strengthening the institutions that provide adequate protection to all workers and reaffirming the continued relevance of employment relations. Part of our whole of government approach is to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and most especially decent work for all. To attain this, the government has adopted trade, industrial, and sectoral policies that promote decent work and enhance productivity. It went into investment infrastructure and in strategic sectors to address the drivers of transformative change in the world of work. But while a digital transformation is already a challenging process, the current crisis makes it even more complicated against a backdrop of rising unemployment, quarantine restrictions, weaker demand, supply distractions, among others, especially very prevalent in and among small to medium enterprises. As mentioned, the COVID-19 has prompted many organizations to fast-track digital transformation processes to help manage the pandemic's consequences. However, I believe it added new dimensions, new challenges, and opportunities to this process. One of which is those undergoing So such transformation must provide quick positive results. For sure, this transformation journey is not going to be easy for any one of us. While the government is responsible in laying the groundwork to motivate and encourage organizations to involve and get involved in embarking on digital transition, it is the private sector that must fuel its success. The government itself has made significant progress in its own digital journey. By transitioning, the government has made it easier for our citizenry to transact with so many agencies. But despite its own successes, we will continue to evolve and keep pace with the private sector in order to deliver even better services, better policies, better experiences, and most of all, enhance productivity. My dear friends in PCCI, allow me to congratulate PCCI and President Yuwico for taking on the challenge of focusing on entrepreneurship and innovation. Indeed, we can only overcome the challenges of a digital transformation if the private sector, such as the PCCI, will continue to play an active role in the digital ecosystem. Maraming salamat po and good morning to all of you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Bello. Indeed, it is very challenging for MSMEs, especially the drivers of the transformation into a digital workplace. We do have a few questions coming in now. I will start with Secretary Bello. During the World Economic Forum, it was said that more than 1 billion jobs, or 1/3 of the global job market, are likely to be transformed by technology by 2030. So the training or reskilling is critical to the digital transformation. I have a two-part question, Secretary Bello. We expect over 300,000 OFWs returning to the Philippines due to COVID. Most of these OFWs have specialized skills or highly skilled. Part one of the question is, does DOLE have a database of these skills and OFW that companies or industries can access and tap these OFWs and give them employment? B, can DOLE and TESTA develop training programs that are focused on what the current industry needs in various locations so we can train and give jobs immediately?
Sir, Sir Perry, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, ASEC.
Yeah, this is Assistant Secretary Nikki Rubia Tutay of DOLE. And on behalf of the Secretary, may I respond to the questions posed po?
Yes, of course. ASEC.
Indeed, sir, marami na po ang nakabalik na OFWs and we will be happy to share the profiles and skills of this returning OFWs because there are already some industries who would want to tap the skills of our returning OFWs. And on top of that po, we are also working with TESDA para po may retooling and reskilling. What we are doing is that the retooling or skills development is geared not just towards wage employment, but we would also want to transition them to entrepreneurship. So we can also connect, for instance, with the OST, given that yung pong discussion kanina ni Secretary Fortunato de la Peña would be helpful also for the startups or for the new entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Asek. Thank you for your answer. I know there's a lot of industries now interested, local industries, various industries are interested in the skills that these Filipino foreign workers have attained upon coming back here to the Philippines. Let me ask a question as a segue, thank you, Asek, to Secretary De La Peña. I have a lot of messages here. How can the nationwide micro, small, and medium enterprises apply or get information on your setup to Surge Up program, as well as the Smarter program, Secretary?
Well, we have offices in all regions and in all provinces. Okay, so first of all, I think I suggest that they get in touch with the provincial office where they belong. Okay, in the case of the National Capital Region, we have divided NCR into 4 clusters. Okay, so for example, the North cluster is the Kamanaba area. Okay. There are 3 other clusters that represents the East, the West, and the South sector. So that will be the first step, okay, to discuss so that the assessment can be made.
Thank you, Secretary. So can the PCCI area vice presidents, which we have it from north to south, organize within their membership and then coordinate to your regional offices and be able to get information on startup to Surge Up, Smarter, and also the assessment?
Yeah, in fact, we can have a webinar on a regional basis, the way PCCI is structured, so that it can be understood well, and so that they will get more details on this.
We will probably take you up on that, Secretary. I have another question, Secretary De La Peña. One of the pillars in implementing the 4th Industrial Revolution is infrastructure. Consumers and businesses are calling for improvements in our internet infrastructure. And just a few days ago, on last Monday, the schools have opened and the new era of online learning has begun. What plans does DOST have, possibly in collaboration with DICT, to improve our internet infrastructure? And with this improvement, it will help jumpstart our online and digital e-commerce and also e-learning, Secretary.
At the moment, we are focusing on the instruction of the President again during the last SONA. He mentioned specific departments to help so that we can improve connectivity in areas where there is lack or absence of connectivity. But particularly, he mentioned so that we can assist our DepEd, our students in remote learning. So the 3 steps that we have started, or the 3 projects that we have started now, is number 1, to put into action the result of one of our R&D, and this is the setting up of what we call community-based cellular networks. Okay, and these are actually like small telcos in remote areas with no connectivity, utilizing unused TV frequencies. So that can be operated by the community, a cooperative, an LGU, or even a college in that area. The second one is actually a collaboration which we are discussing right now, and it seems to be promising, with the PTB4, and this is the utilization of their TV stations for data casting so that we can easily send information to television, still using the TV stations or putting up new ones in certain areas. And the last one is on content. With respect to the larger infrastructure, I think it is the ICT which is really taking charge of that. If there is any need for assistance, we are ready to help.
Thank you, Secretary De La Peña. Certainly, one of the keys in pillars in going to the fourth industrial revolution, especially in the rural areas, would be the infrastructure. We have a question here for ASEC Nikki. ASEC Nikki, unemployment is predicted to ease up or drop down to 10.4% by the end of the year. We had a high of 17.7% last April. So from around 7.3 million unemployed, we're gonna drop down to around 4.4 million. Just two questions. What are the contributing factors, and what do you see will help in dropping the unemployment? And second is, according to NEDA, there will be a further drop to 6.5% in 2021. What are your comments about that, ASEC?
Okay, and thank you very much for the question. Indeed, we are looking at 10% unemployment rate average for 2020, or even we can achieve a single digit. So first of all, we have already succeeded in requesting for reopening of our economy, and most of the sectors are already allowed to operate at 100%. In some other sectors, they are allowed to operate at 75%. So with that, we can assume that more workers will go back to work. But what is more important here is the support for transport, because that is really the main challenge of our workers in going back to work. The other thing is how we can bring back the confidence of our consumers, because even if businesses are open, our people are still afraid of COVID-19, and that if they can contract the disease. So it's important that the discipline among us will be established so that we can also protect our own selves from COVID-19, because the government has already set up the health protocols, and we need to observe and follow. Thirdly, we are receiving signals already coming from company level that they are opening up for positions, and we are happy that they are sharing this market information with us. For 2020, 2021 and 2022, I'm sure there will be a national strategy that's coming out for us to be able to recover, and in fact, we may not be able to get back into the original pre-COVID era on employment, but we do hope that about 6 to 8% would be achievable in the next 2 to 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEC. Just as a follow-up question, as companies now are being allowed to operate, some companies or industries close to 100%, will the Department of Labor allow recruitment activities now on regionally on or sectors? During the different quarantine periods, it was prohibited to do recruitment activities. Now, as we can see, there's a lot. We're seeing also a lot of demand in need for workers. Will the Department of Labor now allow, with certain protocols, of course, for health reasons and safety, allow now going back and allow PESO to do recruitment activities? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that question. I believe the IATF has already approved the resumption of recruitment activities both for local and overseas. But having said that, we are also providing some platforms wherein there will still be physical distancing or even beyond the physical presence. Recruitment is being conducted now online. And in some companies, if the workers cannot really go to their company to apply, then they will be the ones to reach out to that prospective applicant. We will also be ensuring some virtual platform for employment facilitation or referral and placement activities.
Thank you, Asek. To Secretary De La Peña, not a phone in, but a digital in question here from Juanito Demetrio. Secretary, may we know if we have the support from the government, like giving subsidies to local business ventures producing solar electric vehicles, like what China has been doing, or priority in buying Filipino product from startups for government operations, especially as a result of R&D projects supported by DOXT. For example, innovative products using renewable energy.
Yeah, well, actually, it is not only in renewable products, but even in the small enterprise technology upgrading program assistance, we have helped many enterprises to shift to solar energy. If it will be giving them a better stable supply, and if it will redound to reduce cost in the long run. So even for existing industries, we assist that. For those who are developing products along that area, then they will just compete with the rest of startups. Okay, so anyway, those areas like renewable energy are in our priorities.
Secretary, just as a follow-up question earlier on the startup, what programs, or as you know, several companies or entrepreneurs have been affected by the COVID, and now they are looking for what new products or service can they develop towards the new normal or the new marketplace. Does DOST have R&D support or such similar to R&D for that type of development?
Yes, our Philippine Council for Industry, Energy, Research and Development is, I think, among our three councils, devoting significant amount for R&D support to startups. But as I said, they have to compete because our resources are limited. So we put a certain deadline for submitting proposals, and they are ranked according to the ratings that they get. Okay, and depending on how much budget is available, then we distribute them accordingly. So hopefully, but I'm not sure for 2021 because our councils did not get increases in 2021. We were hoping that there will be a separate allocation for startup industry assistance, because that was provided for in the innovative startup law.
Thank you, Secretary. This is a question to ASEC. It was sent in. ASEC, since a lot of companies now are having difficulty in paying the full salary, and that Christmas is coming, my question is, or this is the sender's question, are the companies still obliged to shell out 13th or 14th-month pay in this during this difficult time, or can the government subsidize?
That's a very difficult question. But yes, workers and employers are really adjusting now. There is an ongoing talks with regard to extension of the flexibilities of our companies and workers. So it would really depend on the agreements between the two parties, provided that such agreements will be provided to the Department of Labor and Employment. Soon we might be issuing another advisory with regard to this flexibility, because some of the companies are already under temporary closure for 6 months. And we know that after 6 months, workers should move forward, and companies should provide for separation pay. But I guess even as all of us want to rebound, then some flexibilities may still be adopted.
Thank you. Yes, it is definitely very challenging times for both employer and employee. And I believe collaboration and working together to prevent and to preserve work and to prevent the job losses, there will be sacrifices on both ends. So I just have last two questions. One for Secretary De La Peña. Our ASEAN neighbors seem to be advancing faster or investing more in digital technology. Can you give our micro, small, and medium enterprises a preview of what they should look forward to in DOST's digital technology investments in the future 2021 onwards?
Directly assist the SMEs, MSMEs, we will start with massive training, and I think they can actually implement their own programs once they are trained. If there will be a need for support, financial support, then it can be included as part of the setup assistance, because it is also considered as a production equipment, those hardware. So it will depend on their prioritization of where they will put, for example, much needed technology upgrading equipment. If it is their priority to put it into equipment that will enable them for digitalization, perhaps we can consider that, especially if it is part of the production process.
Thank you, Secretary. And our last question to ASEC Nikki. ASEC, when it comes to the training, when it comes to digitalization, upskilling our workers, what do we look forward to with the collaboration with DOLE on training, and can you give support on a company's training program?
Okay, we're looking at certain subsidies probably, but we're working at the moment with the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. What we have requested from TESDA is not just to shoulder the training cost, but also provide some allowance, because we know the difficulties of our trainees and also the difficulties of the companies themselves, because we're strained by our need for resources. So the government should really provide that subsidy, both the training cost and also allowances. And it would be good if it's an industry-led or industry-level training. So, and I would say that should be conditioned on the hiring of the trainees themselves at the company level.
Thank you, ASEC. And also, thank you, Secretary De La Peña, and thank you, ASEC Nikki. I still have a lot of questions, but we're out of time. Thank you for all the details. Hopefully, our local chambers can work with your regional offices. And I believe during these discussions, there was a lot of learnings and also new programs that was discussed. Nako, maraming salamat, Secretary and ASEC. Now, my last word here is there are several government programs to support micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we at PCCI, through the regional offices and area chambers, will have to work together with the regional offices of both the Department of Labor and also the Department of Science and Technology. Educate people to learn technology. In return, technology will deliver education to the people. The digital transformation, it's all about people. Maraming salamat sa inyo, and thank you. And that is the end of our third session. Thank you.
That was an insightful plenary discussion. Thank you to our dear panelists. And now please stay online for a short intermission. And as the 46th PBC&E has gone virtual, we also have brought the exhibition online to showcase world-class and proudly Pinoy-made products.
This exhibit showcases the Philippine export products which are regionally distinct in artistic and cultural diversity. The Filipino product designs is a complex combination of intergenerational transfer of the traditional and foreign influence of the colonial period. It is a continuously evolving
We will now give recognition to the local chambers who hosted the area business conferences leading to the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Presenting the plaques of appreciation are Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico, President PCCI, Ms. Maria Alegria S. Limhoco, Chairman PCCI, Ambassador Francis Chua, Honorary Chairman and Director in charge for awards, Engineer Eunina V. Mangio, Chairman 46th PBC or Philippine Business Conference and Expo, and Mr. Edgardo G. Lacson, Honorary Chairman and Chairman PBC Awards. We begin with the host of the 29th Visayas Area Business Conference, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry headed by President Felix Tagyam. Next is the host of the 29th Mindanao Business Conference at Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry headed by President John Tria. Next is the host of the 29th North Luzon Area Business Conference, the Bulacan Chamber of Commerce and Industry headed by President Cristina Tuzon. For having successfully hosted the 28th Metro Manila Business Conference, congratulations to the PCCI NCR Central Sector headed by Regional Governor Jose Tayawa Jr. A plaque of appreciation is also presented to the area vice presidents for their leadership and for serving as chairman for their respective area business conference, starting with area vice president for North Luzon, Gregoria G. Simbulan. Area vice president for South Luzon, Clarin P. Tobias. Area Vice President for the National Capital Region, Delia B. Jimenez. Area Vice President for Visayas, Consul Samuel Chioson. And Area Vice President for Mindanao, Maria Teresa Alegrio. Thank you and congratulations. Let's also take this opportunity to recognize the effort and dedication of those people behind the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. We would like to thank this year's PBC chairs and co-chairs for successfully organizing this event. On top of all the preparation is a conference chair, Engineer Eunina V. Mangio, and PCCI President Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico, together with Ambassador Francis Chua, Mr. Jojo Flores, and Attorney Leo Dominguez. In charge of the program committee is Mr. Dennis Uy, Mr. George Barcelon, Attorney Leo Dominguez, and Mr. Jojo Flores, and Engineer Ramon Escueta. Next is the production committee headed by Mr. Roberto Amores, together with Mr. Angelito Colonna and Mr. Bernardo Benedicto III. Followed by the PBC Resolutions Committee composed of Mr. Menardo R. Jimenez, Dr. Alberto P. Phoenix Jr., Attorney Ivan John Uy, Attorney Anthony Bengzon, and Attorney Benedicta Du Baladad. In charge of the Expo is Mr. Michael Chen and Ms. Mila Lacson with the support of Ms. Cheryl Quintana. With regard to participation, we have Ms. Maria Alegria Limhoco together with Mr. Antonio Lopa, Ms. Socorro Bautista, Mr. Renato Simbulan, and Mr. Ramon Escueta. For the golf, in charge is Mr. Edgardo Lacson with the support of Mr. Jeffrey Nang, Mr. Angelito Colonna, Mr. Jesus Varela, and Mr. Anton Sayo. Next up is a Ways and Means Committee headed by Mr. Sergio Ortiz Luis Jr., together with Ambassador Francis Chua and Mr. Edgar Injapsia. In charge of publicity and promotion are Mr. Apolinar Aure, Ms. Jenny Lay Caberte, and Mr. Pedro Dumana Jr. As for the awards involved are Mr. Jose Alejandro, Mr. Jesus Reyes, and Mr. Eduardo Ong. Social events is headed by Mr. Nora Lacuna. For the area business conferences and chamber management forum, in charge are the 5 area vice presidents, namely Ms. Delia Jimenez, Ms. Clarion Tobias, Ms. Gregoria Simbulan, and Consul Samuel Chawson, and Ms. Maria Teresa Alegrio, together with the 19 regional governors and architect Felino Palafox Jr. And last, but certainly not the least, are the advisors, Mr. Jose Pardo, Mr. Alfredo Yao, Mr. Ramon Ang, Mr. Jose Leviste Jr., and Mr. Sammy Lim. Thank you once again for your dedication. We'd also like to acknowledge the participation of our dignitaries from the different embassies in Manila. From the Embassy of Sri Lanka, Ambassador Shobini Gunasakera, Minister and Head of Chancery Tanuja Disanayake, and Trade Officer Gerald Nunez, also Secretary Angelica Barredo. From the Embassy of Korea in Manila, First Secretary Sia Park, and Senior Economic Researcher Maybelline Reynaldo. Also, Nicole Mempin is the Economic Section Executive Assistant. From the Embassy of Lao PDR in Manila, Ambassador Songkane Luang Munintone. From the Embassy of Brunei, Ambassador Joharaya Wahab. From the Embassy of Chile, Ambassador Claudio Rojas Raquel. From the Embassy of Chile, Ms. Isa Chan. From the Embassy of New Zealand in Manila, Deputy Head of Mission Charge d'Affaires Tim Stewardson. Also, the Trade Commissioner Hernando Banal. Also, Policy Advisor Noel Velasquez. From the Royal Danish Embassy in Manila, Ambassador Grete Silasen. From the Embassy of Australia in Manila, we have Acting Ambassador Richard Sison and Jenny McEwen, First Secretary. From the Embassy of South Africa in Manila, Ambassador Bartina Nuton Bizodwa Rabade Nechinseb. And from the also from the Embassy of South Africa, Ellen Vega. From the Embassy of the Netherlands in Manila, Deputy Head of Mission Pieter Terpstra. From the Embassy of Sweden, or the Business Sweden in Manila, Trade Commissioner Ulf Venblom. From the Embassy of Mexico in Manila, Head of Economic Affairs and Bilateral Cooperation, Juan Gabriel Espejo Ceballos. Embassy of Mexico in Manila, Keisha Cordero. From the Embassy of Vietnam in Manila, Commercial Counselor Nguyen Kim Pong. From the Embassy of India in Manila, Nishikant Singh. Also, Alvar Atenko. From the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Manila, Business and Trade Advisor Ana Florentino. British Embassy in Manila, Chen Biko. German Embassy in Manila, George Mawe. From the Royal Embassy in Manila, Gia Grijaldo. From the Turkish Embassy in Manila, Serhan Ortak. From the U.S. Embassy in Manila, Bebe Montesinos. From the Philippine Embassy in Nigeria, Head of Mission Shirley Vicario. Ambassador Shirley Vicario. Now for the Foreign Chambers of Commerce abroad, Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Tiffany Shia. Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Irene Low. From PCCI Japan, we have Takari Nakata. Also, Ricky Sabornay. From the Confederation of Asia Pacific Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Amador Honrado, Deputy Director General. Also, Senior Officer Wendy Young. And we would like to acknowledge the Honorary Chairman of the Federation of Philippine American Chambers of Commerce, Ms. Yolanda Stern, and the President of the Federation of Philippine American Chambers of Commerce, Ms. Marie Cunning, and the rest of the FPACC members, and Mr. Arturo Villaseñor of the Chamber of Mexico, and Mr. Fernando Orendain. Also, the Filipino Chamber of Commerce in Hawaii, Mylene Reyes, and the Foreign Chambers of Commerce in the Philippines, from the Korean Chamber of Commerce, Marivic Lim, from the British Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Keenan Tixon, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chambers of Commerce Industry Incorporated. We'd also like to acknowledge the participation of the following trade and international promotion organizations of government: Australian Trade and Investment Commission with Sheila Trans, from the Australian Trade and Investment Commission also Kimberly Escueta, from the Enterprise Singapore Alvin Galvez, from the delegation of the European Union to the Philippines Thomas Visering, from the Hong Kong Trade Development Council David Wong and Vivian Chi, also the Hong Kong Economic Trade and Office in Singapore Melvin Lee, Philippine Trade and Investment Center Eric Elnar, and the PTIC in Beijing Glenn Peñaranda. From the Korea Trade Center in Manila, Tatiana Ann Perez. From the Kansai Economic Federation, Zen Sarakuni. Federation of Malayan Manufacturers, Jess Chong. And from the consulates, Honorary Consulate General of Peru in Manila, Consular Officer Maria Reynel Mapagu. From the Honorary Consulate General of Peru in Manila, also Consular Officer Paul Ongking Lok. Also Consular Officer Rika Aine Anoos. And from the Honorary Consulate of Ghana in Manila, Consul Carlos S. Rufino. From the Business Councils, Philippines, Singapore, and USA Business Council, Margarita Locsin, Chairperson and Co-Chair. And the Co-Chair of the Philippine-Japan Business Council, Ramon de Escueta. Philippine-Argentina Business Council, Jesus M. Pineda, he's the Chairman. The Co-Chair of the Philippines-Myanmar Business Council, Rui Y. Moreno. Chairperson of the Philippine-Vietnam Business Council, Maria Teresa Esquivel. Chairperson of the Philippine-Chinese Business Council, Dr. Luz Buminda Jose. Chairman of the Philippine-India Business Council, Johnny Chotrani. Philippine-German Business Council Co-Chair Felix R. Ang. Co-Chair and Vice Chair of European Affairs of the Philippine-Germany Business Council, Jesus Oko. Philippine-Poland Business Council Chairman, Alison S. Artes.
This exhibit showcases the Philippine export products which are regionally distinct in artistic and cultural diversity. The Filipino product designs is a complex combination of intergenerational transfer of the traditional and foreign influence of the colonial period. It is a continuously evolving art as exporters explore new product destinations while keeping a strong presence in traditional markets. Innovation in product designs and processes is a constant challenge in the export industry. Filipino creativity and artistic expressions in their products are widely admired and sought after by foreign buyers to satisfy their ever-changing consumer preferences. Innovation is also a strategy adopted by Filipino exporters to be a step ahead of the global competition. The Filipino designers draw their artistic inspiration from a bottomless wellspring of ideas and native talent and acquired skills from centuries of foreign influence. During the Song dynasty, the Filipinos were among the most respected artisans in Asia. Anything that came out of the Philippines was considered of exceptional quality. Traditional craftsmanship was preserved. Rich natural resources combined with the Filipino artisans from different regions made the archipelago a hub for unique and quality design products. Ilocos region, pottery. Regions of Mindanao, woven fabrics. Cordillera and South Luzon regions, wood carvings. Aklan, piña weaving. Bicol region, bags and baskets. Cebu, handcrafted guitars. Western Visayas, Capiz Shell Products. Central and Southern Luzon, Mindanao, jewelry, metal craft. Pampanga, wood, wicker, and iron furnitures. Filipino craftsmanship continues to open its doors to the world. Welcome to the 46th PCCI Philippine Business Conference and the first virtual exhibit of world-class Filipino products. The Filipino product design is a continuously evolving art. Exporters explore new destinations while keeping a strong presence in traditional markets. The constant challenge is to thrive. Innovation is the strategy to be a step ahead of the competition. Philippines, Innovation Nation. By Philippines, Pinas Muna!
And now, welcome to the virtual signing ceremony of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers. This MOU aims to strengthen business relations between the Philippines and Malaysia to promote cooperation towards the restructuring of regional production networks under an ASEAN manufacturing network. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have the message of PCCI President Ambassador Benedicto V. Huico.
On behalf of the PCCI Board of Directors, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the President of the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, Tan Sri Dato Sotian Lai, and to everyone whose dedication and efforts have contributed to the realization of this Memorandum of Understanding. Today marks a significant milestone for the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers. It is noteworthy that this virtual signing of our MOU, which coincides with our 46th Philippine Business Conference, will open the potential of vast opportunities that can be realized because of our historic partnership. PCCI, over the past 4 decades, serves as the voice of Philippine business as it promotes and supports the drive for globally competitive Philippine enterprises in partnership with government and the private sector. Based on 2019 trade figures, the Philippines is Malaysia's 4th largest trading partner among the ASEAN countries. Total trade between our two countries is at $6.5 billion in 2019, with Philippine exports to Malaysia amounting to 1.8 billion, while imports from Malaysia to the Philippines is at $4.7 billion. I hope to see these trade figures to be more balanced going forward. PCCI joins this initiative of Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers to create an ASEAN-wide regional network which will serve as a platform and voice of manufacturing and trade cooperation between business organizations in Southeast Asia. This MOU adds strength to our international network, which includes the Confederation of Asia-Pacific Chambers of Commerce and Industry and the Asia Business Creation Platform of the Kansai Economic Federation. We hope to establish our joint working group soonest, which will be composed of representatives from our organizations to realize our objective to build integrated production networks under the ASEAN Manufacturing Network, as well as to cooperate in the development of the halal industry, including food, agriculture, agribusiness, and services. We also look forward to the first meeting of the rest of the ASEAN chambers who have already signed the MOU with the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers. I am confident that through our efforts, we will be able to achieve more and to continuously enhance the economic, political, and social interaction between our countries. I look forward to the successful implementation of our MOU and wish you all good health, happiness, and success. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Ambassador Benedicto V. Izuko, President of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good day. On behalf of the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers, I would like to first thank the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me today to this virtual signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding, the very first of its kind for FMM and PCCI. Although we are unable to physically be together in either Malaysia or Philippines, we are still able to mark this very important occasion through digital technology and virtual means. In adopting the new normal, technology also allows us to hold this signing ceremony during the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Exposition, for us to be accompanied by more colleagues representing businesses in both countries. I would like to congratulate PCCI for the successful organization of today's virtual conference and exhibition despite challenging circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that my colleagues and I share the same feeling of excitement and optimism when we think of the wonderful possibilities that can come about as our two trade organizations enter this historic partnership. I say this with conviction, as PCCI, being the largest business organization in Philippines, has a reputation of establishing firm partnerships and its commitment to create an even stronger international trade presence for its members. Likewise, the Federation of Malaysian Manufacturers has, over the past 5 decades, has earned its own praise as a key industry organization in Malaysia and officially recognized and acknowledged as the voice of the industry. Today, FMM represents the interests of over 10,000 members, 3,428 direct and 7,000 indirect, from the manufacturing supply chain with 73% SMEs and 27% large companies. The rapid spread of COVID-19 and the subsequent lockdowns imposed by the governments to contain it have disrupted global value chains and served as a wake-up call on the need for greater integration within ASEAN. During this special ASEAN Summit on COVID-19 held on April 14, 2020, ASEAN leaders called for the stabilization of the manufacturing and supply of essential goods and services required for the crisis, while sustaining and diversifying supply chain connectivity within the region. As part of private sector's effort in responding to the ASEAN government's call for a recovery plan to ensure uninterrupted supply of manufactured goods to be made available at national and regional levels, FMM had proposed for the establishment of ASEAN Manufacturing Network as a networking platform for manufacturing associations in ASEAN to collaborate to restructure regional production networks. Thus, this MOU between FMM and PCCI is part of this collective effort to establish the network. With strong commitment from both organizations and the rest of the other manufacturing-related organizations in ASEAN, I believe we, the private sector, will help our governments to gradually get the ASEAN economic engines up and running again. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tan Sri Dato Sotyanlai. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point we will now witness a highlight of this event, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between PCCI represented by Ambassador Benedicto V. Rico and FMM represented by Tan Sri Dato Sotyanlai. Our virtual signing ceremony has come to an end, and we thank you for being part of this important milestone. And that concludes our activities for today. Thank you for joining us. We will be live online again tomorrow for the second day of the 46th Philippine Business Conference and Expo. Again, we would like to thank our event partners. And our sponsors.
Our media partners.
And our media partners.
The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the voice of Philippine business. Established by a dynamic group of individuals with strong leadership presence and passion for business and economic development. An influential alliance of business leaders providing policy directions to government and ensuring sustained economic development. The Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry will remain as that, one voice of business in the country.
The Philippines moves to the beat of progress. And no one knows its pulse like BDO Unibank. With leading scale and reach, the expertise and local knowledge to connect you to Philippine business. BDO Unibank. We find ways.
Exports is a major driving force of the economy, bringing much-needed revenues and showcasing Filipino expertise, craftsmanship, and creativity to the world. With over 4,000 members across 52 industry associations and 21 chapters nationwide. Together, we represent 70% of the country's export performance. PhilExport stands at the forefront of the country's drive towards greater economic growth. We shall remain committed to champion the industry to create an exporting nation as the way to help uplift the lives of many Filipinos around the nation and pave the road towards making Philippines the next tiger economy. PhilExport towards building an exporting nation.
Sa GMA For the Box, panoorin ang paboritong kapuso shows ng mas malinaw, mas makulay, mas maganda.
Sulit talaga dahil may free additional features pa. Ang iyong personal photos, music at videos pwedeng balik-balikan sa multimedia player ng GMA For the Box. Hindi na rin mamimiss ang paboritong kapuso shows dahil pwede nang i-record ang mga ito gamit ang personal video recorder. At marami pang iba.
One-time purchase lang, walang monthly fees. GMA For the Box. Pili na!
Sarap at saya. Zesto kahit saan. Zesto
okasyon kasama ang Zesto. Pinoy ang timpla, siksik sa vitamina. Zesto, timplang Pinoy, gawang Pinoy.
At NGCP, our dream is to build meaningful connections to bring the entire nation together. Together, let's create a brighter future. NGCP, bridging power and progress.
Kasama ka, lubos ang saya, tunay na kaibigan.
Joshua, RC ka naman. Tara, RC tayo.
We'll be there together, samahang hanggang wakas.
Going for groceries? Need health and beauty products? Running to the pharmacy? What about finding all your must-haves in one place? Welcome to Mary Mart, your household essential store. No need to waste time going from one place to another. Everything you need is right here. Nothing can be merrier. Mary Mart, your household essential store.
Han, hindi na kailangan yan.
Get payment reminders and never miss your due date with the Meralco mobile app.
Things may seem a little different now, pero dito sa the SM Store, your safety remains our top priority. Ako po si Jeffrey of the SM Store, and samahan po ninyo kami as we walk you through the measures we've implemented to ensure your safety. Sa lahat ng aming branches nationwide, mandatory thermal checks will be facilitated.
Lahat rin ng aming staff ay nagsusuot ng face masks and face shields. We take precaution by implementing a no mask, no entry policy sa lahat ng aming branches.
At dahil importante sa amin ang inyong safe shopping experience, we make sure to sanitize all our shopping baskets and carts bago ninyo sila gamitin.
Lahat rin ng aming selling areas ay sinasanitize thoroughly. Para mas masigurong kayo ay ligtas, ang aming ring mga counters ay sinasanitize every after transaction.
As part of our protocols, lahat ng aming staff ay required na maghugas ng kanilang kamay regularly.
At dito sa the SM Store, we conduct regular rapid tests sa aming mga staff to ensure that you are safe when you shop with us. Now, more than ever, our customers' and employees' safety is at the heart of the SM Store. See you here at the SM Store.
This exhibit showcases the Philippine export products which are regionally distinct in artistic and cultural diversity.
We'd like to thank our following sponsors: Philexport, Samgyup Masarap, Yummy Niku, Prime Steak House, Maxwell Chemical Corporation, Philippine Franchise Association, National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, San Miguel Corporation, Philippine Business Bank, Zesto Corporation, RC Cola, Movenpick Resorts and Spa Boracay, BDO, SM Investments Corporation, Merrimart Grocery Centers Incorporated, Meralco, BA Securities Incorporated, Waterfront Hotels and Casinos, RG Simbulan and Partners, Double Dragon Properties Corporation, Thunderbird Resorts and Casinos, ICC Philippines, Pag-ibig Fund, Wilcon Depot, J Chemi Lab Incorporated, PHPC, Integrated Computer System, Federation of Filipino-Chinese Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Lanvan Natural Resources Corporation, PLDT, Jack Built Industries Incorporated, EMS, Pagcor, Toyota, and our media sponsors. Thank you to our media partners.
Impormasyon mahalaga sa taong bayan. Patas na pagbabalita. Papakinggan ang magkabilang panig. Lilinawin ang mga isyu at kaagad ihahatid ng objektibo. Mata ng tagina. Tumatag ang pinakasariwang pangyari. Di lamang sa loob ng bansa, kundi sa iba't ibang panig ng daigdig. Mula sa Eagle News Teams at sa tulong ng makabagong teknolohiya, tiyak na makakalap agad ang katotohanan para sa matalas, malinaw at malalibang pagbabalita. Ito ang mas pinalaki